once you look inside the cell, you see that it's so complex and amazing. Its function is so amazing. Like we can observe them, but do we understand all the underlying mechanisms? Absolutely not. Can we spark a dead cell back to life? Absolutely not. So there's just some like mechanism there that we don't fully understand. And it might be partly metaphysical. I don't know, but it is cool to contemplate these things. And then the last thing, I'm trying to plan out a trip currently to go to the Salt Flats in Utah. And if anybody has any like ideas of experiments I could do there, please let me know. Cause I'm gonna try to go there and maybe try to do like some theodolite readings and stuff. But if anybody has any like, I'm gonna be looking for curvature obviously. But if anybody has any like experiments of any good ideas of stuff I could do, just let me know. But right now, as of now, I'm trying to plan on going there this summer, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, we could definitely tap in on the salt flats thing because I that could be somewhere where we do some of our experiments too. So yeah, we could huddle and kumbaya over that one. Just to say, also, in Envy's defense, since I don't know if Secret remembers, but Envy said that she like had a real rough childhood growing up and like in her opinion being forced into a religion. So I think she's just scarred. I don't think it's anything against you or the creator. I think she just has like a very like she's very touchy with that. She don't trust religion after her upbringing. She refers to it as a cult, but I wasn't there. But yeah, that's it. And I don't know who was next in line.
I get that. I get that. But it's just, I don't think it's right to just purposely mute people and kick them, not let them respond, and just like want to deny and misrepresent people and the Bible and stuff like that. Like, I feel like that's just disingenuous. Now, I understand, like, the experiences she's had, she's expressed them a lot. But, you know, like, you just got to be like, if you're going to be like hosting a space, you got to be able to let other people of different opinions, like, share. You can't just block and kick them and mute them and whatever all the time.
Hear that, Globers? You can't just get triggered and kick us out your spaces when you can't answer our questions.
Yo, Austin, you still awake, brother?
Wait, so do I have that right? The Patriot Storm is the Patriot Storm that used to have Donald Trump as his profile picture, and we've went back and forth before about the Bible. Is that the right one?
I mean, I don't know because he still has him in his profile picture. He believes a lot in the ancient tablets, so maybe like that's why he pushed back on you. But we cross paths with Patriot all the time, so we'll definitely see like what his beef is with the Bible. Or are you kidding?
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm gonna just double down on my statement if that's the same person.
I'm dead. Well, hold on. You got to bring some evidence for him being a Freemason, though. I want to see that immediately.
I've actually called him a Freemason to his face because just the ideas that he's supporting, he's so like, I don't know. There's multiple things, but we've had whole spaces talking to each other, and I've just got that vibe and some of the narratives he was pushing. He's obviously against this community too. I mean, in many of the topics here, and I don't know. I just got that vibe off of him, but
He
that's just my
can't
opinion.
be. He not a globe earther.
Then we must be talking about a different dude. I'm so confused right now, but y'all know who I'm
Yeah,
talking
don't
about.
let Black Wolf or Lone Wolf get his hands on this information.
Yeah, I'll keep trying to figure out who it is, but either way, I wasn't trying to call out somebody that wasn't the right person, but I've just given an elaborate detail on who it was and who he hangs around. So y'all can go tell that
Taylor
dude.
says he want to step on the right neck.
Taylor always looking for smoke, man. I think that's a solvable situation.
Yeah, we should have a space together, but I promise you, they will not let me talk for 30 seconds without kicking me. So it's just frustrating.
Should tell them to come pull up. They might pull up. I think we have what eyes to see was next, and then
Yeah, what's going on? Appreciate y'all.
with our eyes.
Good, good space today, man. I'm glad to see it. I'm excited about all this myself. Yeah, this is more data. It makes me want even more data. because it brings even more
If he's
questions.
talking, I can't hear him.
Damn. Well, I'll just say it real quick. My bad. I haven't heard anybody speak on it. Like, if the sun was so high in the sky over Antarctica for 24 hours, how do we have any like sun in the north at all? How is it daylight at all? We should have 24 hours of darkness from what I saw. And I'm sorry if somebody's already spoke on that. I'm just curious. Austin, you probably crashed. Dave, did you say anything about that already?
What'd you say? Say anything
So the
about what?
sun being so high in the sky over Antarctica for 24 hours should equal 24 hours of darkness in the north, right? But it didn't. So has anybody talked about that?
Wait a minute. I think there is 24 hours of darkness in the
I mean,
northern north
above
right now.
above the equator, as high in the sky as the sun looked.
No. I mean, it might have looked higher in there, and Austin was saying that they were measuring it. It seemed to be within range, but at some point it seemed like 40 degrees. But let them get back, analyze all the footage. If they have it higher than the global hours, that could be a good just proof of the globe. So
Yeah, that's why I asked. I know Boston Barry was looking at sunspots, and they were going to compare all that, like from how it looked in the north to how it looked in the south. And I didn't hear anybody speak on that yet, and I'm sorry if I missed it. I don't want anybody to have to repeat themselves, but I'm very curious. As far as the division, oh, what's up, Austin?
Yo, I'm dozing in and out. So funny. Yeah. So the sunspots were flipped upside down, basically, right? Like if you looked at the corresponding latitude on the phone, if you flip the phone upside down, then that's what we were seeing. So
Gotcha.
we
And
now
you
we have tons of those to sift through, and we're gonna go through how many we got sent. I said earlier that's kind of the one thing I was disappointed in. I thought that way more people would have been really eager to help us out and just go take a picture themselves with the sunspots at the right time so we could compare them. And there really weren't enough people trying to help us with that because that's the piece that we can't do. We needed you guys to help, but either way, I think we did end up getting a decent amount, and we have a ton, so we can go through all those and try to match the timestamps and look at the corresponding latitudes, and we should be able to build a generally good list all the way down. Does that make sense? Um, relative to latitude and kind of get an idea, and so we should be able to really get to the bottom of exactly what the orientation is and or should be compared to what we did see. Did it change based on the time and the direction and stuff like that? So we have tons of solar filter shots.
well, yo, it's still the solstice, so like this data that we could collect like tomorrow, for example, about the sun is still relevant, I would think, to what the sun should be doing according to what you saw a couple days ago, right? And
Well,
did
when it comes to sunspots specifically, they change orientation, day by day by day, right? Because like you see other sunspots in its cycle, and if you actually put them all beside each other, it does look like it like spins. It looks like there's sunspots, and then on the other side there are sunspots or whatever. So it's like there are different sunspots that you see a different orientation. So they change throughout the day. That's why, and then day to day to day, right? Like progress. That's why you want it. It needs to be like the same day and the same time to really be able to compare them based on latitude and stuff. So yeah,
it's fair.
I mean it is what it
That's
is.
fair. Did you hear what I said about like the sun? It looked like it was too high in the sky to support daylight above the equator. Should have been dark above the equator for 24 hours from what I saw. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I know you were measuring the angles and everything, but you get what I'm saying? Like, as high as it was.
Well, to be fair, I was doing the best I could to measure elevation angles with a $9 theodolite app on my phone because again we were told we couldn't bring that much equipment, so it's not like I could bring a theodolite to Antarctica or whatever. But when I got there, I'm like, bro, that looks really high, and I think that that initial measurement was like right at the limit of what the globe allowed, and it may have gone higher than that. I just don't want to. I don't want to like definitively claim something when I know that we'll be able to look at it because we have shots with where we should be able to look at it, the horizon and the sun in the same shot, and you can get the elevation angle. Hopefully, right? We'll see. We did have a good amount of the measurements though. So there's that. And the Theodolite app is really complicated when you go into the settings and stuff. It's kind of crazy. Uh, and yeah, like I said, like Wi-Fi is not extremely consistent depending on where you are. When you're walking around, you'll just lose it a lot. But yeah, we should be able to get to the bottom of what the elevation angles were. See if it went too high.
And doing it. freezing cold
You know,
and not having no sleep.
You real quiet, sacred.
Oh my bad. I said and doing it in freezing cold weather and not having no sleep.
yeah, and really not even eating much of the food. So I basically fasted. Like I ate some, but it was rough. Um. So yeah. Okay.
It's good stuff,
Let's.
man. I appreciate it, yo.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted My bad. I was just gonna say, yo, everybody on all sides, like, let's try and be patient. I feel like love is the way forward, and love is patient, love is kind. It's good to be skeptical. Like, I don't have my faith in no man, but you know what I mean. Let's not throw accusations without evidence or anything like that. And David Austin, I feel like you guys should be patient as well, right? We understand we're in a world of lies, and truth is treason in this world. So, you know what I mean. There's targets on everybody that speaks truth, and let's all just man, be patient and with each other and move forward. Um, it's pretty much it. A house divided against itself can't stand. It makes sense to me that like a good shill role would be somebody to point at everybody and call them shills. And like that just makes the community looks bad. That make it just, you know what I mean? Throws a wrench in everything. But I appreciate y'all. Keep trucking.
Much love, brother. I agree with you.
Words from the wise. My man Eyes.
Are you absolutely sure they didn't replace you with a clone while you were there?
I'm sure. Yeah. I can't even engage the jokes. People just run with them now. I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm gonna just start making jokes. I'm gonna keep making jokes. I think that, like, if you can't, I think it's a good way to know kind of like who's comfortable in truth and with truth and just seeking truth is the people that, like are like listen to Alan and I talk about Antarctica, bro, and what people are saying, and it's hilarious, right? Like, because we're just having fun and we're just like truthers. We don't care. Should be able to joke. Shouldn't be like this super somber or super serious, intense. That's just not the right energy at all. It shows some type of disconnect between like you resonating with truth and being like comfortable in it, and then not being that way. And so I think, if you're not having fun and laughing, I mean, for example, Jaron, Lee's, and I are just making inside jokes the whole time we're there. Like I told the story about so there's this narrative that the Globers want to paint that like we went there and we're just like Eeyore and we're like, oh no, and we're like pouting. Like that's not what happened. You know what I'm saying? Other than we were just exhausted and it kind of got like just too much. But when we got back in the we got back in the car in the truck one time, I said intentionally loud enough so everyone in the thing could hear it. I said, "All right, yo, Jaren, this is what we got to do. So now we have to steal all of their data, destroy it, and then deny that this ever happened. You know, just to like troll them." And so like that's kind of the way that. Uh, and then they actually like got real quiet, and I'm like, obviously joking. Um,
You
we were
know they
making
took it
inside
serious. They're
jokes.
like, oh, that's something we would do.
Yeah, yeah. But then I will say, McKeegan said, "Yeah, I mean, if you were gonna do that, then why even come?" I'm like, exactly. Like the fact that I'm here should speak for itself, right? Like these accusations of us being grifters. If we were grifters, meaning that the claim is that we think the Earth is a spinning ball, but we're lying about it and claiming it's flat so we can lie to people and get money. It's like I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone there. That's pretty stupid. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and so just have fun. I think comedy is really good for the soul, man. Laughing is really good for the soul. And so if you can't laugh while talking about this and like still have fun, you're tripping.
We got a bunch of conspiracy theorists in the room, man. If you stare
Oh,
at the darkness
crap.
all the time, all you're gonna see is darkness. You gotta look at some light as well.
Touching grass has always been my favorite advice.
Yo, someone told me that I should have grounded while I was there. I was like, have you lost your mind? What? What?
Instead of hugging a tree, you can hug a mountain.
See, they said I should have took my shoes off. I'm like, bruh, I got like 2 layers of socks. The second layer is like these huge, super thick, like socks, and then these huge boots, dude. And I was still cold at times, wearing like the North Face boots. So not a chance. They're like, you should sun gaze, grounded. I'm like, so you're trying to kill me? Is that what we're doing? You want me to die? Like sun gaze? Sun gaze? You kidding me? I couldn't even like look at the ground there without sunglasses.
Yo, it's also good to be skeptical. I know my man Laz was in here earlier. I got to be honest, yo. I had a little thought experiment after meeting Laz. We talked for like 12 hours. I'm like, yo, this dude's into everything that I'm into. Looked into everything that I've ever looked into. I feel like, and I like the guy a lot. So I was literally doing a thought experiment. Like, how hard would it be to manipulate me? You know, like how hard would it be? You just, cover some basic ground and say the things I want to hear. I mean, I hope I'm not completely a sucker, but let's all be real and check ourselves, right? I want to put that out there as well. I don't think skepticism is a bad thing, so don't let that be demonized either.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm talking online.
What up, Kai? Let's slide to, I think it was David and then Xander. Was it Xander? I think it was Xander, then David. My bad. Xander been super patient. But if you got a question for Whistle, you gotta wait, bro. But what's up?
What's up, brother? Yeah, it's for Witsit. If you don't mind, I'll wait
Okay,
till he
cool.
comes back. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, thanks for being patient too. I know it's been a while. David, what up? We got Reptile in the building too.
Hey, how you going? I just want to talk about the extra land past the ice wall. So everyone on this platform, I imagine, has seen the map of past the ice wall where there's more land, and then another ice wall, more land, another ice wall, and so on. So past the ice wall where there's more land, there's also got to be more suns. If there's more suns, that could easily explain how you got 24-hour sunlight down there. And if there's more land and more suns, it sounds a bit more like God's creation, a bit more of an endless plane rather than a dome that ends at the ice wall. So maybe the firmament is flat and endless, just like the plane would be flat and endless. So yeah, more suns definitely would explain 24-hour light, because you're right near the borderline of the next section of water and land where there's more suns circling.
The problem with that is if the sunspots match, then the outer suns, are they a projection of, is it are all the outer suns one projection that our sun is also coming from? I guess maybe that would be a way to solve that. But yeah, I mean, if there's other suns that are different outside, then the sunspots shouldn't match. They should be different completely.
Possibly, but I've never seen a sunspot in my life. This is sunspots. To me, I don't know what they are, but maybe it's just a mark of that a sun has, and they could be all the same. There's no reason why they can't be. We all have two eyes.
Well, the sunspots would, like, you would expect the sunspots to be different if it was a different sun.
Possibly. I'm not saying this is how it is. I'm saying it's a possibility. Just like there's a possibility that it's not a dome at all. If it's a dome, that means there's an end to creation. Like, you could fill the area up if there's a dome. That means you can overpopulate, and then God made a mistake. Maybe he didn't make up enough room. It sounds more sense if it's an endless plane, and that way we can keep growing and growing and growing endlessly, like God's endless ability to create.
Well, there have been maps where it's like there's multiple domes, like multiple plots.
It could be, yeah.
As opposed to like concentric circles with the ice rings. Even though I've seen a couple maps like that, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
There's a lot of.
I think there's one of the Buddhist map that they found, old Buddhist map that's like that. But yeah, that in the map it's even pictures that, because the next ring is larger than ours. It has 2 suns and 2 moons circling, and the next one has like 3 suns, 3 moons, and it gets larger and more limitries as it goes on. I think that sounds like something that could be possible. Like, obviously, I can't prove none of that. It's just just another way of looking at it. It's just another angle to look at. The more
Well,
angles we look,
people
the
send
more
it to
possibilities we look at, and admit we don't actually know what the place looks like. We know it's flat. We know that definitely. Can't deny that it's flat. It has to be flat and motionless. But beyond that, we don't really know much, and we don't have the ability to really find out because we're stuck with our resources are limited because the government has all the money because they run this place, so they make sure we don't have enough resources to prove them wrong, obviously. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to bring up, just another point of view. So thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Take it easy.
no doubt, man. No doubt. Always welcome to come speak. There was one thing I was gonna mention. Oh yeah, I do advise this. You're talking to Joe Hanvey. He has a cool model that he's been developing about the 24-hour sun. So definitely tap in with him and his YouTube channel because there is a difference between sunlight and daylight. And what they observed was direct sunlight, so not just daylight. So we got to be able to demonstrate that, and we've been successful thus far. One thing I wanted to ask real quick before we get to Reptile, Joe. The new piece that you put in was the moon. Is that like projected down too?
Yeah, it's wild when I project like the actual form of the moon or the actual form of the planets. It's almost like it superimposes below the superfluid ceiling. It's wild. So
That's what it looks like. That's why I had to ask you. I'm like, yo, what is going on right here?
yeah, after being on Mark Sargent's show, a lady reached out to me about sending me some sort of high-end projector for an undetermined amount of time. So hopefully I can get that and get a good sun with sunspots projected in as well and get a picture of it all. But yeah, when I project that stuff in, man, it's so much cooler to see in person.
I
the
bet.
the videos just don't do it justice. And right now, all the critics were like, "Oh well, you would always see the sun. Look how high it is." The model's not finished, not even close. So my superfluid ceiling is way too high. In my opinion, I've got to get a larger one. I've got a guy who's reached out and he works in kind of he works in a glass shop, so he's going to try to make an acrylic two-way mirror uh, specifically to the size that I requested, so I can bring that superfluid ceiling down, and then I can mimic sunrises and sunsets, moon rises and moon sets. But there's a lot to work on to get it all into like a moving type platform where everything's moving, like I can get the star field to move. So yeah, but it's cool, man. It's just a blessing to be used in a way, to be given this kind of revelation to do these things and show these things, and it's humbling, and it's just part of his plan. And it's like Austin was saying, he's working in a way through so many people right now that we can't even fathom how he's moving these chess pieces across the board. I mean, he's playing 6 7 dimensional chess, and
Right.
we're playing checkers.
I feel that, man. Again, y'all tap into Joseph Hanvey. Got some real sauce over there. 10 plus years, 80 plus videos, and we just getting started. Low Earth and Shambles. Now, funny how all the flat earthers are being accused of all this occult symbolism, conspiracy, and then the reptilians pull up reptile hybrid. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays.
Did somebody say my name? You know me, bro. I don't like the controversy. Merry Christmas, everyone. God bless the flat earthers. Hey, quick question before my main point. If the Earth's flat, well, where the hell is Santa Claus, mate? Isn't he up in the North Pole? How does that work out? Gotcha.
No, NASA tracks Santa Claus, mate. Do not believe it.
Hey, fellas, it's been a pleasure. I got to dip out for a little while, but I enjoy these conversations. Hope everybody has a blessed day.
Later, Joe.
Later, Joe. Appreciate
No,
you,
but
brother.
no, but funny you mentioned that, bro, because synchronicity. I just noticed good old Flat Earth Dave's here, mate. Amazing researcher, and I respect you guys. But yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing, man. What's the go? Sereskino was saying that he's in the Order of the Arch Knights and that he's bankrolled by a Rothschild and secret hand symbols. Not Flat Earth Dave, is it, bro? Sacred, tell me it's not true, bro.
Can't confirm nor deny.
What?
It's true,
This
man.
makes me like him even more, mate. Flat Earth Dave, the occultist. Yeah.
The women like it. They think it's hot. Just saying. Sorry, Paige.
Sacred, are you involved in this shit too? Just be honest with me, bro. What's going on, man?
I signed an NDA. I can't be fully transparent, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
The paper I signed was flat, though.
I just noticed Flat Earth Dave got off his microphone. Flat Earth Dave, that's not true, bro. You're not hooked in with the Rothschilds and part of secret societies, is it, bro? Tell me it's not true, because I love your work, mate. When I think of Flat
I
Earth,
already
I think
told
of...
you it was true. I told you it was
Dave,
true
why are
already.
you
Come on.
giving them
Okay, at
this
least you're
ammo? Oh
honest,
my
mate. At least
god,
you're
I'm gonna
honest.
run with
Thank you,
this. I'm
brother.
about to get tagged 4,000 times.
Yeah, he's like, no.
Dude, they are trolling you, bro.
I know it's not true is that you guys just all happen to make up the hand symbol on the spot, like, really? Come on, Flat Earth
Hey,
Dave.
you don't believe us? Ask Rob Ski, but he was there. Oh, too
Okay,
late.
okay.
Too late.
Dude,
Um,
like, how
but
about
I
you?
do
I
need
mean,
to.
like,
I
that's
need to.
all you guys
We're,
got to do, man. You know what you could do?
I'm gonna step
All
down,
you
guys.
super awesome investigators, what you could do is you could go be this noble, perfect archetype that apparently the Flat Earth content creator needs to be. But guess what? None of you do it. None of you do anything. None of you sit on camera and talk for hundreds of hours so some person that's anonymous can take some deceptively chosen screenshot of your fingers as you begin to move them to something else and claim that it's actually this super malevolent symbolism to show the world, to those in the know, that it's all a secret plan. Hey, buddy, if I have thousands of hours of footage online and the best you got is me not even actually doing a hand symbol, that's pretty rough, you know. But do you not see the problem there where it's like you'll never see someone that actually does live streams and actually makes content and knows what all goes into it doing this type of stuff usually. There's a few because that's all they can do to make content to get people to watch them because they all know how insane it is. And they've probably had some screenshot shared of them and they're like, what in the world is going on? I'm supposed to come to the internet to learn about my life? And my wife was being told a couple days ago that she's actually a man and I'm a woman. Oh, Kai, did you know that you're
I
married?
hope
You're
Kai
married.
didn't see those comments. Did Kai see those?
Yeah,
No.
pictures and stuff. Like, Kai, did you know that Austin's actually Jewish? Just so you know, he's part of the bloodlines. Do you know that your husband wasn't actually in Antarctica when he was FaceTiming you and talking to his children from Antarctica? Did you know? It's like
It's Sir David
crazy.
Weiss, isn't it? As I remember,
Sorry, what is that?
Order of the Arch Knights.
I don't even know. I don't know.
Sir David Weiss, Order of the Arch Knights, apparently. Like I
It's
said, mate,
the
just makes
arc
me like him
night.
more, mate. I
It's
don't
the
care.
He just
See,
he
Winston, all
arc
that
night.
didn't matter. Winston, you just gotta go along with the script, bro. Just go along with the program. It doesn't matter.
You just ignored everything I said. So, like, this is the new term Kai came up with for you guys acting like
You know,
this.
so this is like the new. Why do you talk like
It's called
this?
the
Why do you
anti.
Winston,
talk
don't
like
fall
this,
for it. Winston, don't
Winston?
fall. Winston,
Oh,
don't
how
fall
do you,
for it.
Winston?
Don't
No,
fall
Oh,
no,
for
I just
it.
want
why
to
do
say,
you
I want to
talk?
say
I
something.
talk like
The new
this.
term is anti-truthers. They're just anti-truthers. So you're an anti-truther, brother. And if that's what you want to be, that's cool.
Got exposed, reptile. That quick. I haven't seen that since.
I got a homeboy that swears Reptile's an AI account. I don't buy it myself. I like the guy. I like you, Reptile, but I don't know, man. Could you be
Bro,
AI?
Thank,
dude,
thank you, Eyes to See.
Dude, their big home run is that they ran one of the videos through an AI software that's supposed to detect deepfakes, and it says 53% probability. And they're like, see? And I'm like, dude, Jared and I
Bro, why do you
laughed.
talk like that? Why are you talking like that, bro?
Talking
What's
about,
He's
going on?
tired,
bro,
bro.
I
He just
have,
got back.
yeah, like barely slept at all. But yo, Jaren and I laughed so freaking hard when we saw that. We're like, all that proves is that that software sucks.
My dude getting back from Antarctica right now.
Yo, I'm crying right now. I don't even I wonder if I should just add context or just let this go how it's going.
Well, so Witsit, not to get carried away on the conspiracy theory stuff, but did I hear that you and Ashton Forbes are going to debate? Did you guys make
We
up?
didn't make up. I haven't talked to him. It's via proxy. It's through Zach.
Gotcha. So you guys are still on bad terms. I loved y'all's
Yeah, I mean,
fucking
I don't got beef
cat
with
fight.
him. I just think he's wrong, and I think that he was being bad faith when I tried to have like a good faith interaction with him. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Well, the conspiracy theory I heard, and this is just allegedly, is like I know he presents as like a female, but Ashton Forbes is actually a male. That's like what the conspiracy is.
Hey, guess what? Widsid, apparently you're going to get exposed next by Eskimo. Apparently you're next on the chopping board. Do you know that?
Okay.
Looking forward to that
he
one.
probably
Can't
has that
wait.
guy
Maybe you should put
muted.
a fuck in front of your name, bro.
He tried to
He
claim I
probably
was
has that guy
Jewish, I think,
muted.
which is so funny, bro. So stupid.
Well, not to talk about him when he's not here, but where did he come from, dude? Like, what do you think he's up to? It seems a little bit like slow disclosure to me, but you guys are closer
I mean,
to
does
it
anyone
than
even
I
know who
am.
this guy
I'm not.
actually is? Like, do you notice it's a common theme? It's always some like random anonymous person that claims to be the super trooper truther that supposedly
Duck
exposes people.
cow, duck.
But you've never seen anyone. You've never seen this person where
Yeah,
this
same.
person's
I
gonna
also
look
think
at
so.
like thousands of hours of you live streaming and saying, "Look, I caught him. I caught him pointing at the sky. And if you zoom in, it looks like his pinky's a little higher than his other finger, and it kind of sort of looks like this one symbol." When the people that actually do the symbols, they do it right in front of your face and they hold it up intentionally doing the symbols. They're not like secretly trying to do it as they're making a point and talking with their hands. They do the actual symbol on purpose, and that's actually what the occultic literature says that you have to do. It doesn't say that you secretly do symbols, it's that you do the symbol to show the world that you're in solidarity with your occultic brothers. I don't think you people have even researched what you're claiming to expose. But I have. I
Yeah. Well,
have
I
though,
think
unfortunately for you.
uh, wasn't Owen Benjamin in the same stream? They took screenshots of him doing every symbol imaginable, and they
Yeah,
made a big
because
deal
in
about it.
that stream he's like he's like making fun of it and making a point and showing them, you know. So they removed that context, obviously. The one that got
Hey,
me on
bro.
this
All
trip is
jokes aside,
super
but
funny.
don't you reckon that we have to know if somebody's in a secret society before they start being prominent in, the things that we talk about, whether it's flat Earth, disclosure, spiritual matters? Do you think that's important to know if somebody's in a secret
Yeah,
society?
yeah. If there's someone that's infiltrating, it would, yeah, we should know it. But the problem is that,
And I'm joking around with you, bro. I like you a lot. You're a good dude.
yeah, it's all good. But I'm saying like you can see how it's this. It's kind of it's almost actually grifting. Like the actual grifters are the ones that claim that they know everything is fake and that everyone's an agent because there is no way to ever falsify them. So they're like, oh, look how big Jaren and Austin are. They say that I popped out of nowhere. I popped out of nowhere, really, because I built my channel from nothing for years. Oh no, but I popped out of nowhere. No, I didn't. It took me years to have like I've been censored the whole time. It took me years to get 40,000 subs on YouTube. I popped out of nowhere. It's just a lie. And they're like, see, he was put in place this whole time to sound like he's a really good debater and like the best flat earth debater just for this moment so they can pull off a hoax that's 1,000 times more complex than the moon landing or whatever. And so like you don't just get big for no reason. Like the fact that they have followers and they're kind of big proves that they're an agent, which I guess doesn't prove that they're an agent. But then we also have someone who doesn't even have a channel that's a flat earther that goes on the trip. And that proves that she's an agent because no one has heard of her. And so she was actually a plant. So you see how it doesn't really matter Like no matter what it is, you can just spin a story. And then if you outright deny it and take it serious and you provide receipts and evidence, of course that's what they would do. If you troll and make fun of it, which makes it obvious that you're not actually part of it, revelation of the method. Like there's no way. That's the actual grift. The people that remain anonymous and they sow division and they bear false witness and they just throw all kinds of unfalsifiable accusations out. That's the actual grifters and or possibly shills, ironically, right? Because if I was going to infiltrate a movement, if I would send someone in to just sow division and call everyone else a shill. That's exactly what I would do, so that they don't have no credibility, that they don't really grow.
Well,
that
bro,
there's no
is there
courage.
any, bro? Sorry to interrupt. Is there any evidence that Flat Earth Dave is a member of the Order of the Arch Knights? Is that true?
No, he told the story
He
earlier.
already
He was
went
just
through it earlier. He told
yeah,
us the whole
Oh,
story.
sorry, I missed it. See, I missed it. So what's going on with that?
He
he was just
said
on
Just give me
that
a quick recap
he was
because
on,
I like
he was on
Eskenaar
a
a lot. I
live
want to
he was on,
clarify this.
Reptile, you are a self-proclaimed reptilian from Australia. Like, why is your opinion valid? Like, why shouldn't we not believe that you are literally what you're talking about right now? You are the people who are pushed out to tell us everything that they are up front, so that the truth is not hidden. You've admitted publicly multiple times to being a reptilian. Like, are we supposed to believe that you are since you've admitted it? Like, is that what you're saying right now?
Not just a reptilian shapeshifter.
Facts. So is this soft disclosure or?
You've got to read between the lines. You know that, proud fluff. By the way, once you go reptilian, you never go back. You do know that. So just tell me, can someone just tell me the story? So he's not in the Order of the Arch Knights. Can someone give me a recap about what happened there? Because Eskenaar's research is usually spot on. Can someone just explain it? Because I love Flat Earth Dave, mate. Listen to lots of his shows, mate. He's one of the best out there. Makes a lot of good points.
Reptile, get
So I'm probably
Eskenaar in
gonna.
here. Get Eskenaar in
So
here.
yeah, I
Can we
mean,
do that? Okay. Let's
Yeah,
I
get
already
Eskenaar
invited
in.
him.
go ahead.
I already invited him.
Let's get him in here. He might be busy.
Oh, now he busy.
I said he
Eskenaar,
might be
pull
busy.
up,
Did
Eskenaar.
you DM him?
Don't be ducking.
I'll invite him in too. Where's Eskenaar, mate?
Yo, if he's a
Making up
truther,
false stories about Flat Earth Dave. You can't do that.
if he's a truther with more faith in a reptilian shapeshifter than a flat earther, I don't know. We got to talk to him. We got to see what this is about. Didn't Canadian already answer the question about the coworker though?
I mean, that was the whole reason, because we was in the thread, and I wasn't gonna say no names, but Reptile said the name. Canadian came in and spoke on behalf of the allegations from said person.
Okay, I just sent Eskenaar a message saying, "Come in, Flat Earth Dave. We can sort this stuff out anyway." Hey, is it true about the Rothschild? I forget the guy's first name. Is it true that he was partnered with a dude called Rothschild? Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's lots of people with the name Rothschilds who aren't, quote, a Rothschild. Not saying that it isn't, but too.
According to the uh, information that we received from Flat Earth Dave, the Rothschild in question was adopted.
Let me tell you right now, the Rothschilds always do that, mate. They've got secret underground breeding laboratories, and so many of their bastard children are
Come
put
on,
out
there's
there
no
giving
way
different
out of this
names. Absolutely.
conspiracy, bro. There's got to be a way out.
100%, mate. Just tweeting it out now. Flat Earth Dave is controlled by reptilian Rothschilds. Sent.
It says post, but I get you got one eye.
So what I heard Dave going on was that you could go into the dude a little bit, like where he's from, where he works, and he's just a normal dude who happens to have that name.
Well, rumor has it that the Rothschilds set him up with his podcast, and this is all a big elaborate ploy. And I don't want the flat earthers getting taken advantage of, mate. Flat Earth Dave needs to come clean. So he's not in the order of the Arch Knights, is that right? Or so he says.
The podcast was named something Arch Knights. And the dude was like, yo, thank you for opening my mind or something. Let me go ahead and give y'all some praise. And then the internet ran with it and said it's a ritual.
Wow, that's what it was, bro. You know that's true, man. I don't believe in coincidences anymore, mate. I don't believe that the podcast was just called The Order of the Arch Knights. I don't believe that it just happened to be an adopted Rothschild. Something stinks sacred. Let's be honest.
Coming from the shape-shifting reptilian. Wow, you know.
That's right. It takes one to know one. That's why I can spot it from a mile away. It takes one to know one.
But you
I'm
haven't
even
publicly
worse.
admitted your affiliation. You have to at least tell us, like, this is not a rabbit hole. Where's the dead end? Who holds the power, reptilian? Like, who are you doing this for? Who are the they in question?
From where I'm at in Australia, they call themselves the Alpha Lodge. The elite of those group are reptilians.
Is it like Freemasonry where you get accepted into other lodges and other places just based on your credentials as a reptilian?
Well, maybe we can ask Flat Earth Dave, mate. He's in the Order of the Arch Knights. He knows.
Well, I thought reptilian statuses were different than Freemason statuses.
Oh, of course they are. Freemasons are just our little plebs, mate. They do what we tell them to do.
So can you?
I think it's a little bit disrespectful, mate, to just like think this is funny or something, because it's not really that funny. We're not here to question Dave. We're here to question the world,
Question everything, Flash. We question everything. We must always hold ourselves to account, others to account, including you. Very interesting you come up to say, who the hell are you?
Hey.
And what secret society are you involved with, mate?
Hey,
friends with
let
Elon
me
Musk,
jump in,
man, you know,
guys.
it's
I'm
like
about to sit down for
just
dinner.
about this, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
All right. So this guy from Australia, wherever he's from, he's just trolling around. But I'm just gonna say, anybody that thinks that I'm a Freemason because I got honored to be on the Arc Midnight radio show because I did an awesome presentation and blew the host's mind, I put on the Wall of Fame, is totally retarded. Okay. Sorry, Twitter people, TikTok people. Um, and so I can't tell the story anymore. If you want to learn about it, you can go to stoplookthink.com, go to the Boston bombing page, and watch the first video on there. And it shows you the whole presentation and exactly what happened. It's the stupidest thing ever.
Well, what
And
about the
anyone that brings
Rothschild,
it up,
Dave? What about the Rothschild?
oh my God, is every person named Rothschild a royal family person? No, it's not. Tim Rothschild, go look him up. He's a middle class, lower class, whatever you want to call it, working stiff like me. That's all it is. And we did a podcast waking people up to all sorts of deceptions in the world. That's it. So you've lost your mind.
So
Keep
you're in business with the
trolling.
Rothschilds. You're in business with Rothschild.
Hey, Sacred, thanks for having me on, man. Great show, Austin.
Enjoy
Congratulations,
your
and
dinner,
let's talk
Dave.
soon.
Enjoy your
All
dinner.
right, much love, bro.
You guys are just totally,
Yeah, it's just
this
yeah,
guy's
we're
a
good.
nut.
He's a
Pleasure, Dave.
reptilian state
Thanks
shifter,
for
yo.
talking
Come on
about
now.
Peace, brother.
Yeah, Reptile, I wish you were here earlier, bro. It was much more thorough. It was a healthy conversation for real.
I mean, like, even Elon Musk joked of NASA. He makes memes of NASA. Do you think Lotar's question Elon Musk? Like, hello, man.
It's replay value on YouTube. We know reptiles
It
always
wasn't
fun jokes.
recorded, man.
We know he's fun in jokes though. I mean, I take him serious. I take him as what he claims to be, a shape-shifting reptilian. I take him just as that. But hey, man, like you said, it takes one to know one. So I didn't even hear about this Dave scandal until like 15 minutes ago. You guys are teaching me
Because
today.
it's probably not a scandal. That's why.
Let me tell you the truth, mate. Anyone who's any prominent level with really interesting information, which Flat Earth Dave is, mate. I'm going to put you in there as well, Sacred. We don't know the ins and outs, mate. We don't know what the non-disclosure agreement was that Sacred signed, mate. Maybe he's hooked in with a Rothschild too. Who knows? We just don't know.
Oh,
But I've got to drop down, bro. I really appreciate it. I don't like the controversy, and I think we answered some questions, mate. Thank you so much. God bless you and Merry Christmas, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, reptile hybrid.
Hey, tell Kumar I said hi.
Slither.
you know he love him some Kumar.
Yeah, Kumar attacked me. He said I was demon possessed because I was just my normal self being nice, and they said that I had demons because of how I am.
I told bro boss, I said, be careful going in there, bro. It is not level heads over there at all.
You know what? I like their show. I shouted out the comedy value, like the value of their community, and I said, "Hey, man, this is about coming together, and you got that going on." And they respected that. And I mean, I like dropping in every now and then, seeing what Reptile's throwing.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, the reptilians pop in here once in a while. Sometimes they show their eye. Sometimes they dipped off in anonymous.
No affiliation with them at all. Before y'all start, we are not robots.
Yeah,
That's
this
it.
this about to get clipped all the way up. When I started seeing them saying, "Yo, Sarah got to be placed here," I'm like, "Oh God, me too, me too." I just gotta. It's like physics with a jump shot, man. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Anyway, run balls and listen. Talk to us, man. Let's slide over to my man Patriot.
Thanks, man. I'm going to close it out. Listen most of the day. You guys, the highs and the lows, man. The consistency. I mean, I wanted to start out this little final rant with Witsit and Dave, Sacred and Proud Flurf. Thank you for this space. This was a really important one after everything that came out. You guys were attacked from both ends, and it's really weird when truthers or flat earthers are just like hyper focused on Witsit being a shill or grifter, or that the whole thing was like a moon landing 2.0 deception. I mean, I'm not mad at anybody that thinks that. I understand where they're coming from, because they're trying to protect themselves. They don't want to get super duper fooled already. Like when someone finds out the earth is flat and stationary and not moving, and that the heliocentric model is wrong, that is a major traumatic event. And then they realize how traumatized and abused they were as children. They may not realize it and be able to articulate that, but that's a crisis situation that takes probably years to heal from. And they're just not wanting, basically, one of the kings of the debate arena, somebody they look up to, Witsit. I mean, he's got a great personality and he just really has done a lot for FE. They don't want to get slammed if he was a troll. It's sad that they don't know him like I do personally, and know that he's doing all this for the kingdom and for the truth. And so I first wanted just to thank y'all. When y'all were talking about symbols, hand symbols, and a couple people really attacked Dave and some people for, like, well, you should know who you're talking to, and you should know about Freemasonic and occult stuff. And the thing about Dave is he's so chill and he's so set free from the lies of the world and the deceptions of the world. Like, he's a happy dude, loves Paige, chill guy. I also know that he operates in good faith, and he's doing everything he's doing. He gave up his huge business that he had in the solar business to go full time what he's doing. The role he's doing now is not just an act. It's he's trying to bring truth to people, and he's great. And so what popped into my mind was like yoga. My wife, we're followers of Yeshua. We're Christian, quote unquote, and Christians aren't supposed to do yoga. You can't do yoga. But I told my wife the other day, because yoga or those positions really help her back the most. And I said, look, those positions, like the human body being able to bend and stretch and flex into those positions, were the creators before they were ever, you know, this other thing, which I don't even think getting in those positions is bad. The whole thing is intention. All of this is intention of the heart. What is your intention? Is it to build up people, promote, free people from lies, or are you giving your soul over to a practice that's not glorifying to the Creator? So anyway, it really has to do with intentions. And then I wanted to make the statement that everyone in the chat, everybody in the space that is pursuing truth, I've noticed if you're really in this because you're pursuing truth, you have a calm, patient, easygoing vibe to you throughout this whole final experiment thing. And even now, when Witsit hasn't even caught his breath, he just barely dusted the snow off his parka. He's just catching some rest right now. Just wait till you see, after he has a snack and a nap, what he's going to do on these interviews. It's going to be the best. If you liked watching him debate toxic globers, wait till he's talking to mainstream people about this experience and about what this realm is. It's going to be very edifying and amazing. So yeah, we're here to find out. We're the truthers that are the real truthers are on a solid foundation. And I mean, just look at Alan's presentation. If you missed it, you got to scrub back, or just follow me at YouTube/, Run Boston Bear, because I'm going to clip it. It was an amazing presentation on logic, and he brings the heat. He brings the truth. I posted in the Purple Pill Mark Herman's behind the scenes footage, and it looks like he used like a 4K, maybe an iPhone 4K, um, and you can see they were on location. Like there's no set, and you can compare Mark Herman's footage to the 2024 Antarctic Ice Marathon footage, which was there like the week or a few days before Whitsett and them got there. You see all the same tents, you see all the same area, and it shows panoramic views. I mean, it's a beautiful place. And I told everybody in the space last night, I'm like setting my sights on racing that race next year for FE, going out there with like a flat Earth jersey of some kind and trying to win it. So that's basically all I have. For the people that are seeking truth, they're doing it, I think, to honor the creator or Yah, or they're just doing it to honor the truth for truth's sake, because they think the truth is worthy and good, and it's a blessing for people that are doing that. For the anti-flat earth groupies, what are they doing? Are they trying to honor, quote unquote, the science or a theory? Because you can tell, you kind of know them by their fruits, that they just want to like destroy and knock down everything that we have going, and it's impossible because the truth is going to win in the end. And I love everyone in the space that's hungry and curious about this topic. The people who have been brave to grab a mic, come up and ask questions, that's awesome. We had that one guy that came on kind of heated and angry, but by the end he was like a hair from being a flat earther already. So that's all I had. Sacred, you guys are just crushing it. This was a long one, and I look forward to the next one. Peace.
My man JT, and yeah, that those are the success stories. Ones where we could change that energy, where we could transmute that negative energy into a positive interaction. Like I live for those interactions, y'all. Like I really challenge myself to try to weed through some of the maybe spiritual or maybe emotional frustration and get down to like, where's the confusion at? Because once we get past that confusion and find that common ground, that's when that build start to happen, and then the enlightenment takes place. You feel me? Like that was a very key interaction, and I thrive on those moments. Thank you for reminding me about that, JT.
I felt like it was interesting how that guy yesterday, that other guy that we were talking to, I think his name was Harrison, was like, "Oh, I just can't get behind the idea that there's this
That's him.
creator."
That's what we talking about.
Oh yeah, that
Look at
this
you doing the same thing again.
that this creator is always watching us. So it always stems down to something like that. It's really interesting. Like I never had the problem with the idea of a creator. That's why whenever I came in here, started coming in these spaces, I was never combative towards that. And the first time I came in here, I said, you asked me what shape I thought the Earth was, and I said I don't know because I really haven't looked into it. But I didn't have any like adverse opposition to it, which a lot of people do. Like it's like demonic or spiritual.
So then, Taylor, why you be going over to Patriot Space and be wrecking the space, having them dropping you in and taking your mic and stuff? What you be doing over there?
I do the same thing. I'm respectful. Like they just hate what I'm saying. It's not that I'm going to say
Patriot.
anything against them. I'll just be like clearing up misconceptions or things that they stated that are false in a very respectful way, and they'll just mute me, kick me, whatever. It's crazy. That's
Patriot, my man.
anti-truther by
Talk to me,
Crazy
Patriot.
World.
You an anti-truther now, bro? What's going on, bro?
Not me.
Well, first off, Sacred, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the Flat Earth group. Y'all already know I fuck with y'all 100%
Yeah, that's cool.
all the way.
I feel like every one of these
I'm not,
Fridays,
hold on, Taylor.
you don't
I'm not
realize.
Hold
talking
on,
to you.
Taylor. You
I'm
see?
not talking to you, Taylor.
What?
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm not talking to you, Taylor. I have a mouthful
I
for you
can't
real
even hear
quick.
anybody talking right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sure
okay.
you
Hold
can.
on. No, drop down, Taylor, because you gotta hear this. Even though he's not talking to you, but you gotta hear.
But I wanted to come back up and speak because I got a little mouthful for her before I get up out of here. So shout out to the Flat Earthers, man. Y'all already know I fuck with each and every one of y'all. Y'all know where I stand with it. We actually looking forward to doing the debate again in my space. I was gonna get with you on that at the first of the year, anniversary. Whoever want to come and get it, we're willing to host that space again and make it a big deal.
Patriot, you sure, bro? Because the last time you said I'm not doing this no more, Sacred. You sure? You good now?
No, I'm good. I'm good. No,
Okay,
I said I'm
okay.
not doing it with him no more because he's a
Oh,
sore
I feel
loser.
you. I feel you. I
Yeah.
feel that. Okay,
I
yeah.
thought the last crash out. He's still crashing.
Yeah. I tried. I mean, it was just simple. I mean, I've seen you debate a lot of people on here that was like very highly intelligent. So I was just trying to tell bro, like, dog, don't do it. If you don't know what you're talking about, He destroys people that know what they're talking about with their own logic. Don't even do that. He didn't even study enough to come and have a conversation with you about it. You see what I'm saying? Respectfully, he didn't. You know, that's like me trying to, go in his whatever he good at and just try to debate him about it. And I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But anyway, I heard about the little experiment or some shit that somebody did and it was a grip and all that shit. I ain't trying to hear that. Everybody know the truth. The truth is, sooner or later, people gonna realize that what y'all talking about in here is the real reality of what we've been living in. We've been fucking lied to, all right? And that's just, it is what it is. There's no psyop or no grip that can stop the truth from being out there. You know what I'm saying? It's facts on facts.
They saying me and you working together to make a bag off of Spaces. That's the narrative that they're running with.
What?
I'm telling you, ask proud. Look, I ain't gonna say ask proud.
With the monetization that the space generated. And then that's connected somehow to the Milli Vanilli scandal in Palestine. So yeah.
That's what I said. This is what I'm talking about. And I didn't receive no compensation at all for nothing. I'm not even monetized on this bitch right now to receive any compensation. The only thing I did post up was my cash out, but that's because people were asking me, can they send money to me some type of way? And I said, well, I'll put up my cash out. If you want to send me something, send it. If you don't, I don't give a fuck, That's the only thing I got up. But as far as us receiving compensation and working with the Palestine and all that, that's bullshit. We all know that's bullshit. Nobody has no receipts on this shit. They're just saying shit. Speaking of this,
and tied to flat Earth, you gotta hook that around back to us too. We all tied up in that.
Exactly.
Apparently,
Exactly, bro. But we all know that people gonna start getting offended at the truth, which brings me to this individual down here as to why I even came in this space. Please don't cut me off because you spoke on my name and my sister's name for no reason. It's sacred. Is it okay if she can provide some receipts in the list? She said that me and my sister and V was a Mason. Show me what lies or anything that we've gotten into or any receipts about the claims that you're making, Taylor. Just show me one.
Taylor, you knew this was gonna happen, Taylor. You knew. That's why I asked you.
She did not say that Envy was a Mason.
She said I was a Mason for sure because a lot of people had tagged me in here. There was like, Patriot, this girl Taylor in here is calling you a Mason.
Level head justice, Taylor. Level head justice. Oh, I mean, Patriot level heads too, so I guess it's in house.
Yeah. Hey guys, hold on. I'm around my family. Yeah, absolutely. I've been very skeptic, Patriot Storm, of you, Maze, MV, all the crew that does nothing but block me, kick me, silence me, just for proclaiming the name of the Most High God. So that's very deceptive in my eyes, and I'll never stop saying that till the day I die.
I'm gonna get all these people to screenshot your profile and deem that you're a fucking liar on Twitter. You're a liar. If you don't got no receipts about what you're saying, what lies did I go to become a Mason, Taylor? Come on, give me the number.
Okay, so Taylor, so what Patriot's asking for is he hear your position, he understand your opinion. He's asking is if you have any receipts for the claims that he is in some type of secret society or society of secrets, or is this just something that you're inferring from your own opinion?
Well, I didn't actually say I had I said I was skeptical of it, and I've actually asked him to his face before if he was a Mason. And I simply proclaim that because Masons like to divert from the truth. They like to hide the truth of the Most High God and the God of the Bible, which is
what truth did I hide?
I mean, you and Maze and Envy and all the above consistently block me from being able to talk about the God of the Bible. You guys spread lies all day long
about the God of the Bible. You sure?
And they don't want to hear nothing about it. They don't want to hear that Zachariah Sitchin's a big fraud. Like nobody will.
Okay, when did I block you? Okay, have I ever kicked you out of a space for talking about God?
I don't know if it was the co-host or the host. I don't know who it was, but I'm talking about you, MV, and Maze, all three of y'all. So I can't pinpoint who it was every single time.
So you go from wait. So you mean to tell me you go from we're Masons to because we're trying to hide the truth about God?
No, I've asked you in person if you're a Mason. That's about because I was skeptical.
I can't hear you. Say it again. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you kind of breaking up, Taylor. It's probably not the best time for smoking,
Guys
moving
want to
around.
silence the truth about the Bible and the creator and the God of the Bible and make up lies all day, and that's the main thing that I was coming against.
What did I silence about the Bible, Taylor?
Yeah, so if we're having a discussion in one of these spaces, basically I'll just be muted. I will not be given a speaker. Everybody will just say I'm crazy and go on and on about how the Bible's a copy of a copy and the Sumerian tablets are the real truth, and I can never defend myself, and it's just really frustrating.
So was it that you kept cutting people off and coming off of your mic and interrupting people and being rude?
In those spaces, I've waited for like an hour, maybe got to speak for 30 seconds, and then I'll be cut off and say that's enough, and then I'll be like kicked from speaker. You know what I mean? I can't even defend myself.
Taylor, you're not connecting this to the fact that you're trying to call people Masons on here, and I don't remember kicking you out my room or muting you individually unless you were coming off the mic and trying to cut people off when they were talking. Did you do that?
I've been very respectful in there, but it's cool. I would love to maybe have a space with y'all where I can actually
Separate. Let me tell you how I know this girl lying. Okay, I host debates in my space, legit debates in my space that are fair with opposing views. What are you talking about? We're not afraid to let you talk about the Bible or nothing because we just had people in there last night talking about the Bible. So why you're lying to all these people? You're calling people Masons because you didn't get your way in the space because you probably were cutting people
y'all say
off
I'm a
and being
cult for
rude.
believing in Christ. So I mean, come on, we could go back and forth all day.
You can't make somebody believe in something that they don't want to.
You don't
You
have
know
to
what I'm
believe in
saying?
it, but you can just have some integrity for Christians that come in your space.
Taylor, you can't make somebody side with the faith and religion that you believe in if everything is a lie. You can't make somebody do that. You can't.
I know, and I just hope to be able to share the truth so people can actually make their own decisions. But in you guys' spaces, y'all consistently kick all Christians, and everybody knows this. So many people
Kick
have
all
reached out to me and
Christians.
said it's not even worth
So we
going in
ain't
your
got,
spaces because if
So
you're
I
a
ain't got
Christian,
no
you're gonna be
Christians.
kicked, and that's
Taylor,
exactly what
Taylor,
happens. That's so deceptive, bro. Like it's like Satanist. It's even
Taylor.
worse than Freemasons the way y'all act, kicking all Christians and treating them like that. And it's
So
actually
what
like
was it going
envy
for?
and these other people in Maze are worse than you because I've actually had a conversation with you in a space before.
Oh, now she
But
want to change it up. Now she's changing it up. Look
no,
at
no,
her.
no. I'm
First she
sticking
say,
to my
I'm
statement
a
that all
Mason because
three of
I
y'all
kicked
act
her
the
out. Now
same
she's
way.
changing it up. Here we go.
No,
Here
no.
we go.
Okay, well, I'm doubling down on the fact that you've acted the same way as
You're
them.
not, you're
Let's
not
just keep
doing
it there.
it because I'm gonna make sure everybody in here know that you're a fucking liar, bro. Yeah,
What
I'm
have I
tired of
lied
y'all
about?
coming on this app trying to abuse the app, trying to lie. I don't say your goddamn name. I never say your goddamn name. I don't mind you coming in there speaking about the Bible. We just had people in there last night speaking about the Bible. What are you talking about? But I do have you know that we were talking about the Vatican one time. Do you trust the Pope and the Vatican, Taylor? Yes or
No,
no?
and I've expressed that
Okay,
before.
so
But
we
the
agree with
way
this. So
y'all
what are you
y'all treat
talking about?
Christians is not
What
acceptable
are
in
you
my
talking
eyes.
about? If
This
we
is
both
what
don't agree with
they
the
found
Pope
some
and the
common
Vatican,
ground
what are
when
you
it comes
talking
to
about?
the Vatican. They found some common ground when it comes to the Vatican. That's good.
Right. But she's moving sacred. As you can see, brother, the thing about these rumors is when you come confront the people and say, show me the lies that I'm a Mason in. Show me the lies I went to. Show me something. And it's, well, you muted me and you muted the truth and da 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 da. And I'm like, the last time I remember talking to Taylor, she was cutting people off, trying to come in, get on stage, and just blurt out shit. And when you do that in my space, I will mute you and put you down if you do it too many times. So it wasn't the fact that you were saying something that you got put down that I didn't want to hear, because we listen to objective opinions all the time. It's the fact that you come on that bitch and you sit there and cut in front of people and think you're running the goddamn thing. That's why I probably did your ass.
Well, actually, whenever I come in their spaces, I'll wait respectively forever. They'll even put multiple people in front of me and other Christians, and I'll be extremely respectful when it comes to my turn, and I'll still get cut off after like 30 seconds and then won't even get a chance to talk. And that's very clear. And they constantly call Christians a cult all day long. They say we're brainwashed in a cult. So why can't we question y'all's motives? Like, what's going on here? Why are y'all so anti-Christian? Like, I'm
You
not cool with
told
that.
these
Let me
people,
do
you
two
told these
things. Let me
people that
say,
I was a
Patriot,
motherfucking Mason.
hold that thought. There's two things that I want to say, right? Because you both are kind of right and you both are kind of wrong. One thing I will say, Taylor, that Patriot got his own style in his space, right? So like when he talking, Like he don't really tolerate nobody like talking over him. He might even just mute up just so he can say what he gotta say, and then he gonna open the mute back up. And I seen him do that with everybody. So what I'm saying is, if he do mute, like I don't see him like single nobody out. Like that's his style. Like the style of his spaces just be like that. It's like, okay, I got something to say. Let me just pause it right here, and I'm gonna let it go. That's what I noticed from Patriot. Um, Now Taylor, I have seen you get removed after a few seconds of talking. I'm just not sure if I've seen it in Patriot space. I just want you to be careful because there is a little group of co-hosts, I guess you could say, where you may say, okay, I know these 3, 4, 5 people normally be kicking it, and I don't want you to make the mistake of confusing Patriot being involved in something that I've seen in other spaces.
Okay, well,
So
I'll give him that. I might be a little bit wrong
okay,
in that the fact that he's co-host and associated, I might be putting a little bit more blame on him than the other people. Okay, so I'll meet in the middle there. But I'm just not okay with people bashing Christians all day and just treating them so unfairly. And I'm not just talking about myself, I'm talking about other people too.
When do we bash? I've never bashed Christians in my space ever, ever.
Patriot. Okay, fine. Let me just tell you. You like the spaces and in your space. Let me first give you another example with other spaces. I've literally went to a space where I requested for like 2 hours and there wasn't even that many people in there, and the whole time they were just talking about how garbage Christianity in the Bible is. That's like the main like narrative of their spaces. And so many people tell me don't even like, they'll send me the space to jump in and they won't accept me, they won't accept any other Christians, and we're all just like, what the heck? Like they won't let anybody respond. Okay, and now maybe you're a little bit guilty by association, but in your spaces, it's like, just the same narrative sometimes, like whenever we've talked about just constantly bashing the Bible, and I feel like I didn't actually get a chance to like respond and give a proper rebuttal, but it's cool. Like I'm willing to accept that maybe I've been a little hard on you because of the association, but maybe we can have a space and try again, and I'm gonna try to hear you out and give you the benefit of the doubt.
I was just about to say, bro, if you want to have a debate with MB and y'all just go back and forth, I mean, I'm notorious for debates. I hold debates in my space all the time, and I know how to shut the fuck up. We ran a debate with the Flat Earthers and the Globers, pretty professional. We had
that was one
50,000
of the
people
biggest.
listening.
That was one of the biggest flat Earth debates we ever seen too. I ain't gonna lie to you. Smoke.
And me too. I didn't even think it was gonna get that big, but and again, we want to do it again because I want to try to do it once a year. But what I'm saying is, we're not gonna shun anybody from talking. If you want to debate MB today, I will call MB, and she will gladly debate you one on one or whoever you want to bring about the Bible. Y'all can
Yeah.
have it out.
I would
Okay.
love nothing more than
I'll
that
tell
because I
you
have
what.
so much just resentment built
Well,
up for
let's
how
not
she's
talk
treated
about.
Christians.
Wait. I don't like promoting spaces in other people's spaces.
Okay,
When,
fine. Let's
when,
do
when
it.
y'all leave out of here, when you leave out of here, come holler at me. I'm gonna get on the phone with MB right now, and she will love to debate you and other people about whatever you're talking about. And I'm not gonna mute you. How about that?
That would be
So
a
now we got. Now is that cool? We good? But still, that don't. I mean, you still tried to call us Masons. So MB's not a Mason either, and neither is Maze. So that you did call us Masons. So
Well, I never
none of us are
technically
Masons.
called MV or Mason Mason. I said I've had questions, and I've asked you particularly in person if you're a Mason. That's it. But I never said I had specific claims or proof or evidence. I said I've questioned it because I've talked to many other Masons that have the same narratives and they believe in that many of the same um, like narratives that you guys are talking about. Okay, so I've questioned it. That's all I've stated, but I've never actually claimed that they were a Mason. Now I did tell people that I asked you in person if you were a Mason, and you I believe you said no. But yeah, I mean it's whatever. But really, even worse than a Mason is somebody that's just not wanting to hear the truth, not letting other people come and talk, and like an echo chamber.
And Taylor, if you don't mind me asking, I'm curious, like when you said
But
that
if we
they
could set up
trashed
a
the
debate
Bible,
between me and
their space.
Envy or Maze, whatever, I would love to talk to them in a very respectful tone and just calm down and just say, look, bro, like, let's just talk about facts. We don't even have to like go into any beef or any way that you've treated Christians in the past. Let's just get straight to the facts.
Taylor can never hear
Okay.
nobody
Well,
else.
yeah, Taylor. I don't know
I'm
what's
sorry.
going
I,
on.
I don't hear anybody.
I know.
Hold on, we're gonna relay a question to you, Xander. What question did you have for her before we get to the end?
Oh, Thanks, Sacred. So I wanted to ask Taylor, in their spaces, when she said that they trash the Bible, what specifically do they say, or does MD say? How do they trash the Bible, or do they just have a different opinion or take or perspective
So
on it?
Zen is asking, when you're in those other spaces, when they're quote unquote trashing the Bible, what are they actually trashing about it specifically, or are they just do they just have a different opinion?
Yeah, they're trashing the or they're saying the whole Bible is just a copy of this. Can I answer? Is anybody talking?
Nah, we can hear you.
So,
But then you have to drop down because
um,
somebody can hear somebody.
yeah, they'll just say the Bible is just an entire copy of the Sumerian tablets, not actually looking or hearing out any of the evidence. It's not true, and there's Christianity is just a brainwashed cult, and it's just all made up, and whatever. Those are some of the claims.
What I will say to you is that I think you get it misconstrued, because what MB does with this, she's not trashing it. She's trying to reveal to you that in disguise, I'm not going to say nothing. It's not that she's trying to trash it. She's trying to reveal something to you. Just like they told us that the earth was a globe and all this stuff, and they lied about that shit. Take that consideration with everything else. Take everything else that you know of and scrutinize it and look at it. Where did the Bible come from? Where did the scriptures come from? Why aren't the churches around the world um, talking about the book of Enoch and things like that? Why do those books get left out? Why can't we know the whole story? There's a lot of books that are missing out of the Bible in the churches. Why don't they talk about it? Do churches get 501 3Cs and all that shit? Yes, they do. Why? Why are they in bed with the government? Excuse me, my sister is calling. Y'all make sure y'all tune in though. Give me a sec.
And I try to clear those things up, but it's like I never can actually share any information without getting kicked or like muted or overtalked or overstepped or whatever.
Taylor, this is what you should do. What, like, if you feel like it may be that type of environment, you just request to hold all interjections, right? Because sometimes people be in like conversation mode, especially when having co-hosts. It's a lot easier to dictate the conversation. Not saying that they do that. I'm just saying it's easier to do that when they're in the co-host position if that's who you're speaking about. But if you request to not be interjected or interrupted, or anyone interjects or anything, I feel like they'll honor that. I feel like they will. We'll wait till Patriot get his instructions. Let's slide to Mister real quick, and then we'll see what Reptile wanna crash out about. Go ahead, Mister.
Hey, yo, dude, this is just when I thought it was like things were wild. Just shit just kept getting like crazier and crazier. All right, chill out. Hang on, I'll deal with you in a sec. Sorry, I'm with my boy. I sat down at a table and the number on the table was 111. So Illuminati confirmed, you guys. Bottom line, it doesn't really matter who's Freemason, who's not. Like, we're throwing all these accusations around. I didn't know I needed to wear my bulletproof vest when I came to Flat Earth Fridays because everyone's going to call everyone else a Mason. It's pretty rough. It's rough on these streets, you know? But I don't think it really matters. Like, is Dave a Freemason? Yeah, okay, maybe. Who knows? Who really cares? Like, you can go out and do flat earth tests yourself and find out that, like, the globe doesn't make sense. You know, you can use your common logic to realize that the stars rotate in a perfect clock-like fashion every night. And that's like Dave's out there spreading that word and doing his own thing. But ultimately, like, there's no real way to prove any of this stuff. Like, it's futile. If I'm a Glober listening to this conversation, dude, I am dying laughing. You know, like I would be dying laughing listening to us argue with each other all over, you know, presumably a 24-hour sun. Like, man, it's just rough. It's just been a rough go. It's been entertaining to listen to. You got 239 listeners in here so far. 240 now. That's pretty good. But these accusations, man, they're wild. It's wild. I don't know. Maybe you guys have a different input on it, but like, I really don't think it matters if someone's controlled opposition. To believe that there's no one that's controlled opposition is a little bit naive, I think. But if they are, what does it matter?
You're
Like at the
trying to
end of
give
the
them so
day.
many sound clips right now. The flat earthers don't care about us. They're controlled opposition.
Oh, they can clip me up all day long. I don't really give a shit.
I
You
feel
know,
that, bro.
like,
I feel that.
but I don't speak for flat earth. I don't speak for all the level heads. I'm just trying to look at this level headed, and look at it like logistically. Dave brings in a lot of people. He brings in a lot of good information. So like, it's kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And if he's lying about who he is and where he came from, okay. He gave us a badass app that I can show to new people, you know, to explain what the flat earth idea is. So, I don't know. What is your thought on that? Like, should it matter if someone's controlled opposition?
It's just
Um,
dependent.
I, I definitely think that it matters, right? I can't sit there and say that it doesn't matter. Because just like Ron Boston Bear was talking about earlier, it's all about intent. Like there's always some energy that is following the action or maybe even leading the action, no matter what the action is. And that could lead to some ripple effects of something else based on the intent. So I'm always going to be wary about that. Um,
Yeah, that's like saying, yeah, like my wife is awesome and she takes care of the home and she's a great mother, so it doesn't matter that she's cheating on me. Like,
yes, I can see where you're going with that. So, like,
I
so
get that, but I'm not sleeping with flat earth Dave though. Like, and if I have a strong connection, you know, if I have a strong connection with my high power, with God, as I understand it, like he'll reveal to me the truths that he wants me to know. And honestly, those people who are controlled, that's gonna ultimately gonna harm them the worst out of everyone, right? Like they're kind of screwing themselves. We often think that people can, cheat us, but in reality it's really themselves. Like no one gets away with anything ever. And I know I'm making like big bold statements here, but like at the end of the day, I just don't know how much that really matters, you know?
well, I mean, that's the thing that really took me aback, right? Was it's like, bro, we know what Dave has given to Flat Earth and the Flat Earth community. We see all the stuff that Wissett does. And I ain't gonna lie, bro, like, I haven't even made a fraction of an impact as them. So when I think about like them being in their situations, like, okay, would I have done the same thing? Would I have done anything different? And if I find myself saying like, nah, I probably would have done that too. I probably would have done that too. Bro, I would be feeling stupid crazy right now if all the level heads started switching up on me. Just because things around me started happening that I just in the moment I'm thinking I'm making the right decision. Right. So it's just like one thing that Proud had
yeah,
told me was that um empathy is important because we for sure got some PTSD from the lies, the misinterpretations, the being misled, like, you know, the fraud, the fakery, the mainstream narratives end up being untrue. Like a lot of things got us like really on our toes. Like, bro, what's going on? Like, where are we at? Like, so we gonna question everything for real. I'm just afraid of taking it too far.
yeah, and I agree with part of the point he's making, which is like, don't get so caught up on like who's in the secret society and who's not, because ultimately like the responsibility of being informed and the responsibility of discernment is always on us, like the individual, right? And so like I agree with that point, but that doesn't mean you should also then resign yourself to apathy in when it comes to like people lying or cheating. And I'm not saying that Dave is lying. I like Dave a lot, but I'm just saying that those two things, that like apathy towards like people lying and cheating and working you over, that doesn't follow from what I agree with you with, which is like, yeah, we all ultimately are responsible for our own discernment. Like if there's an LLM and I look up something and I'm trying to learn something about the government and it tells me something completely unrelated is true, like I don't have to accept that as fact. Like ultimately the individual is responsible for the discernment and like is discerning what's true or not, right? And so I agree with, if that's what you're saying, like we have to take some responsibility for, on our own end for like discerning the truth and being informed ourselves as like a
Hey, can I get a word with
individual.
Taylor before?
I I would really agree with that fully. And Sacred, don't undercut yourself, dude. Like you make a way bigger impact than you know.
Did that, bro.
Because one thing about you is you're reachable, right? Like you give everyone a mic. You give me the opportunity to have a conversation one on one with you. And yes, I've had that opportunity with Witsit. I've met Witsit in person. And I've talked to Dave, but the only reason I've gotten to talk to Dave was through you, and I maybe a few other channels, but you make this possible every single week. So you and Proud, do not undersell yourself. You make a way, way bigger impact than I think that you could even imagine. You got 253 people in here. It keeps going up. The number keeps going up, right? And I get it. Like people are concerned about the possibility of there being a controlled op or a Fed in the group. Yes, they are. They're here. Someone is, like, guaranteed, no matter what. This movement has gotten so big. There's so many different other factions of it. You have different groups. You got the Rising Earth. You got the Nathan Oakleys. You got the Eric Dubé's. You've got the Hibbler crew. You've got the Old World people. You've got the Flat Earth British. Of course there's going to be feds in this thing, but trying to pick it out, it's like it's that game Werewolf, right, where it's like the uninformed masses aren't going to be able to pick out who the werewolves are, and that is shitty, but ultimately at the end of the day it's between you and God, and having that faith that God's going to reveal the truth to you when you can handle it. So I'll land it on that. But yeah, don't undercut yourself. You and Proud are a big deal in my world. I look forward to this shit every week,
That's
dude.
what's up,
Every
man.
week.
I appreciate you, bro, and everyone in here too, man, for pulling up. Um, it may not look like it, but there's a lot of work that go in behind the scenes. Um, just to make sure
And
that everything is concise and a cohesive topic and entertaining at the same time. So I know we only up here one day a week, and the rest of the squad hold it down for the rest of the week. But yeah, we appreciate
Well,
recognizing.
that's part of what makes it magical, though, is that you only do it once a week. If it was every day, it would lose its luster, right? Like, so I think it's wise the way you guys have done it. People might sweat you for coming in a little bit late on Fridays, but
My bad, y'all.
that's part of the
My
magic
bad,
of it.
y'all. We gonna work on it.
No, 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 no. Don't even trip, because that's part of it too. Part of it is the anxiety of like excitement of waiting for Flat Earth Fridays to start. Every week, dude, every Friday by 4 o'clock, everyone's starting to ask questions in Discord and on the other servers. Oh, is Flat Earth Fridays popping off tonight? Yeah, it's supposed to be going. Like, we haven't heard nothing. Oh, what's going on? Everyone gets so fucking excited for this, dude. So I get it, you're being humble, but you and Proud should be proud of yourselves and what you've done here today. I'm done kissing your ass. But when it comes to these guys, when we're calling each other Masons and all this and controlled op, I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's a waste of breath. You know,
Yeah, I mean, it is
that's all.
it is a time waster. But if people not gonna have a chance to get it out, it's just gonna keep on carrying on and snowballing into something even crazier, more wild, and more ridiculous. So people gotta just get their shit off, and they're looking for answers and to clear confusion. So if we provide that outlet and we can get that all out the way, we don't gotta worry about it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, proud, and I think we lost
Yeah.
Patriot too. I don't know if he dipped out, but
Yeah, it's not letting me bring him up for some reason. But I was gonna say to Mister, like, for us, we're kind of like the reason why we don't feel our impact is because it's like the center of the storm, like we're right in the middle of it. From our reference frame, it doesn't feel the same as it does to like the people on the outside of the storm. But I try to like remind Sacred that he's important to the people.
I'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
Both of
Dude,
you
head
are.
in the cloud.
Both of you are very important. Yeah, both of you are very important. There was something that you said in there that I wanted to touch on, but I can't remember what the hell it was. It was something important. Well, obviously not that important, but oh no, it was this. It is good that like Witsit pulls up and Dave pulls up and these guys can ask them those questions. I'll tell you, it's entertaining as hell, for sure. Like, the drama is definitely funny and entertaining, so that does make for a great show, and I see why it's important. Listening to Ben last night just lose his mind. It was super rad. It was it's awesome to witness that stuff. So, but yeah, both of you uh, are doing great work. Just keep it up. That's all I would say. So, and if you're a Fed, well, um, cool. I don't know. I don't
Are
arrest
you at
me,
the Christmas
please.
party? Oh, my bad. I was supposed to say that out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, for anybody who's out there
JK, I'm
thinking
just kidding.
that
Just
Sacred is a black
kidding.
CIA agent, please pick your marbles up. There's one marble over here. There's one marble over there. There's three under the couch. Please pick your marbles up.
Hey,
Yeah.
yo, what I think is weird about the like, sorry, I woke back up.
Okay, let me
Hold
just
on,
say
Taylor.
this.
Hold on, Taylor. You can't hear
So,
nobody. Drop down, come back up.
Like woke back up
okay.
5 minutes ago, and I'm like, okay, but I just want to say, uh, real fast. So, like, what I think is weird though about the whole like investigator people is like they throw accusations out crazy, right? And then they're just like blatantly wrong, and it's disproven. And just like a Glober, they just skate right past it to the new one. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that's super sus. Like uh, earlier, they were like, a picture of Jaren was shared, and they were like, "Oh, Jaren's already wearing his NASA beanie. He already sold out, whatever." And it's a picture of him handing Duffy, um, like some cash, some pesos, right? And it's like the hat actually says no, has no stitched in, but beside the NASA, no NASA, right?
Bro, I
And
was just looking at that. He was like,
yeah,
oh, he's already selling out, got his NASA gear. And I'm looking, I'm like, pinch the zoom. Don't that say no NASA on there?
yeah, it says no NASA. And then, of course, just leaves the post up there and then keeps on doing because someone calls it out. He's like, oh, yeah, I do see that. And then just leaves it up there. And then you got, it doesn't make a clarifying reply or whatever. It just starts to make more accusations. And he's like, $40,000. He's giving him $40,000. And it's like, the, the joke was that obviously, like, 40,000 pesos is $40. You know what I'm saying? So, like, Jaren's like handing him 40,000 pesos as a joke that he's paying him back. So it was like a troll. And this is and of course they don't say nothing. Like, think about how stupid of a mistake that is to make. And it just skate right past it to the next accusation, which is, of course, like the picture, right? With my hand straight or whatever else they got. And you can take the time to explain it to all these people, but you start to find out they don't actually care about the truth really per se. It's just like they're gonna keep saying stuff. So it's like at that point, I just don't I'm disinterested. Like I think anti-truther is like a pretty accurate term if someone's gonna be like that. Because you should for example, I take what I say about people very seriously. Like you're not gonna hear me just like making accusations about people. In fact, you're gonna hear me like checking people if it's ever on my platform or like my stream. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We need to verify that. I don't do that, and so I don't know, man. I think that we should be cautious the other way. Ironically, the people that are acting like they're the real super trooper truthers that are here to help us and save us from the feds, like those people are oftentimes maybe the people that have infiltrated. Because what they do is they distract, they confuse, they undermine credibility, they get everyone super paranoid and so division. And so no one really knows what's going on. They're just constantly, and then what you end up feeling like is like there is no trusted sources. There is no one that's actually like on your team or really like fighting the fight. You know what I'm saying? And, like RV Truth does the same thing. So to me, I can see how that's like would be super beneficial for like the powers that be. You feel what I'm saying? Like if someone to infiltrate a group, that's what you would do.
Confusion and chaos.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with the Mandela effect. It's very similar because it's like last thing to real fast, like the Mandela effect. Where I'm not trying to debate it, please, but it's like basically you can't know anything is true. Like there effectively becomes no objective truth, and it's also like this gaslighting thing where like you can't tell what is real, and and like
But what's that fruit of the loom? The
yeah,
logo. The logo, bro.
yeah, and like yeah, because Mandela effect is like pretty provably at this point just like the phenomena of mass misremembering things, and that's because our brain corrects mistakes or errors without us even noticing, and you can like watch that. I could show you that pyramid that's got a phrase in it, and it says like I don't know, like he walked the cat, and it'll say like he walked the cat two thieves, but you will not notice it. Someone will stare at that freaking picture for 30 minutes, reading it out loud, word by word, real slow, and won't notice that there's two thieves because their brain just like corrects it and then boom, forgets it. So that's what Mandela effect does.
Not
That's what that
fair, man.
is.
They put the does on different lines though. And one with the, and then they'll begin the next one with the.
Yeah, exactly, and your brain corrects it. That's not okay. So, yeah, but this is what's so funny though is like, um, instead of accepting that, people just keep on pushing them. And what does Mandela effect do? It says maybe the Earth is a globe. Maybe it was a globe yesterday, right? Maybe we are spinning. Maybe tomorrow we'll be spinning. Oh, that's just residue. That's just the alternative reality. So then there's like no actual objective truth, and you can't trust your discernment, and you can't actually like stand on anything. You don't know what is true. You can't trust anything, right? And uh that's
Like
this
relativity. Ew.
yo, it is. It's like relativity. So it's like you notice how all of these have the same theme, right? Which is like to completely confuse you, to leave you in a state of confusion, because then you're much more easily led and basically disarmed, right? And inebriated or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think people should think about that as well, because I think that that is what's going on. I think that might very clearly what is going on, and that's would make a lot of sense why a lot of these people are just like accounts that like account names or brands or whatever that you know you'll never be able to hold accountable. But anyway, I'm making this point for everyone in general. I've been saying this for years. It's totally a bad way to look at everything. Auto hoaxing everything isn't like some superpower. It doesn't make you like some badass that you like literally say everything is fake off the rip. It's the opposite, right? Because that's not impressive at all. Just to say that everything's fake and call everyone names or whatever. It's just really stupid. So okay.
It does discredit. But aside from that, AO proud. Me and you versus Wisted, that Mandela effect debate. 2v1. Let's get them. We're gonna set it up.
Hey, I was just looking to post my thread right now. I ain't even gonna
Look,
hold
Proud's
you.
already on this. I hit you with
I had to stop
citations. Wisted.
because I gotta go search my camera roll, but I gotta call out proof. Let me go look for his name properly so I don't hit nobody else with a stray. Cause what's it been up? He been a trooper for us, so I would hate for him to KO right when someone's coming up to ask him a question and you think they got a gotcha. Proof right TM. I don't know if you were here earlier. You mentioned, Witsit still hasn't dropped the footage yet, and you missed the part where yes, it's a 12-hour live stream that you want to see of a 24-hour sun, but regardless, like it's more footage than that. He has a terabyte of content to either sift through, quote unquote. Like you got to give it time. He said earlier that today's his daughter's birthday. Like he got home yesterday while he was in this space. So I don't know, man. You guys are gonna have to be a little more patient. But if you could talk, if you could hear us, if you could talk 5D chess, come on. You could come up and ask yourself if you don't trust me since I'm not him.
None of us is trustworthy.
I just
None
feel
of us
bad
were
for the
all in
people who haven't been
question.
here. The people who are like pulling up and only been listening for a little while, like they have questions and then they're asking questions that already got answered. So they're in the comment section like, well, no one will answer my questions. The truth must be revealed.
Hey, bro, link in bio. Replay value, Flat Earth Fridays. If y'all want answers, y'all know where it's at, bro. Go sub up.
Yeah, well, think about this too. Like when we're telling them to be patient, and it's like this is why I sound like this. I'm like literally like sick and tired, bro. Like I fell asleep like 6:30 in here, and then my daughter woke up at 8. It's her birthday, and she's like da 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 because she knew I was coming back. And then I'm up. I need to go run an errand or two, and then like I'm dozing off here and there. Like it's crazy where I'm. And then there are these people that are just like, why don't I have like everything delivered to me in like 4K resolution the second that you leave? They thought it should have happened there apparently or something. Um, but this is what they're gonna now say, because like the truth is, they've now put their ego on the line when they say that we faked it and they were really definitive proclaiming it. It's like a lot of them are not going to be able to show the humility required to walk it back and say that they're wrong. They're going to keep going. And so once everyone gets it in like the next 1 or 2 days or whatever it is, and it starts keep on coming out over the next week. And so, or so, because I know a lot of people are going to start hanging out with family for the holidays and stuff. They're going to say, oh, they just needed time to fake it. And like, think about how stupid that is. It's like, what? How long have people been discussing this trip before it happened? Wasn't there plenty of time to fake it? So that will be the new narrative. Once you get the indisputable, it's just like overwhelming amount of evidence, where you have like multiple different time lapses, multiple different videos that aren't even like time lapses, like videos, and you can you could put them all side by side by side. If you had it ultra wide, and you can just look at it all, like compare them. Like, okay, this camera shows the sun doing this at this time. Now let me go to this 360 camera and move around and find that one and look at the sun relative to its angle relative to where it's at. Does it match? Are the shadows the same? What's going on? And you're going to see that in the original time lapse, that was just real, obviously. And all those people walking in and out, you're going to get to see them doing like walking live time, right? And so it's like, yeah, you guys just chill, bro. Like chill. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Bro,
keep
I mean,
saying
if
that.
you're not muting up and editing all the content or the videos then what are you doing? And when you're muting, you got to be doing.
Like dozing off.
Okay, let me jump in here because these people are like waiting on me, and I'm like just trying to be patient.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Taylor, and then
No,
we go
it's
to
cool.
Reptile.
So I was just gonna say he said that he would have a space, so hopefully, he said come in his space. So I just want to let him know that I'm gonna tell the people on Flat Earth Friday bye. And I did want to explain one more thing about why. So this beef or whatever goes back like over a year ago. This is like year or two ago. Okay, way before this whole Masonic thing has been blowing up lately in the Flat Earth community. This has nothing to do with Flat Earth or nothing to do with 24 Hour Sun. But I was curious because there's a fella in Twitter. His name is Buddy Jeff. You can look him up at Who is Buddy Jeff. I'm probably exposing too much right now, but he is a proclaimed Freemason, and you can go confirm this with him. But I've done a lot of research on it too because I was looking into the false alien agenda and the connection between the Freemasonry and the fake alien and stuff. And one of the things that this gentleman explained to us was that in one of his first presentations that he was given in his Freemason initiation ritual or whatever, they were explaining how they were talking about the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, these beings that came down, right? And he was explaining that they actually think these are the good guys, just as you can learn about like some of the Luciferian stuff and the Lightbringer as being the good guy, whereas some of these figures like the Canaanites, Cain, Tubal-Cain, the Watchers are the bad guys in the Bible. So they've got it all backwards. So whenever people are saying that these Watchers that came down, these Anunnaki that everybody's talking about in these Sumerian tablets, or the good guys just trying to bring us information or whatever, I'm very skeptical of that in the origins, okay? Because I just explained some of the stuff in Freemasonry about how they're actually taught vice versa, that the good guy's the bad guy, the bad guy's the good guy. It's all about perspective, really. But so that was some of my initial questions and why I originally questioned Patriot to his face about that. But this is years ago, and it has nothing to do with any of the Flat Earth stuff. This just goes way back to a whole other topic. Anyway,
So Taylor, hold on. So is Patriot doing a space now?
I believe so. So I'm just gonna hop over there. If anybody wants to come hear it, just letting you guys know. But yeah, thank y'all for.
Is he recording?
But before, if you don't mind, bro, before you do, Taylor, I just need to say this to you, okay? Because he's not the only person you've done this to. You are constantly being aggressive, constantly making up bullshit about people. You have no evidence that him or his sister are Freemasons, although it was coincidental that his sister just called and had to cut it short. But let me tell you right now, Taylor, if you're what you call a Christian and think you're holier than thou, then I'm the goddamn Pope. You reflect very little from Christians, and in fact, it's you who is the liar. You don't know what happens in spaces. There's many variables. You know, sometimes it glitches out, you get kicked down. Sometimes the co-hosts are doing it. Sacred is right. And yet you lie about other people. You lie about people on spaces. Stop lying, Taylor. Stop lying.
Okay.
Stop lying,
Reptile, we all
Taylor.
know how
You're a
much.
liar.
Yeah.
You're a liar.
Give me examples. But we all know how much you hate Christians too. You've done the very same thing as them. But it's cool. Just because I stand for the God of the Bible, I'm sure I am the bad guy in some of these spaces that are spreading deception. That's totally fine. But yeah, I'm gonna stand strong to my beliefs in the Bible. And then people who want to just bash it all day, I mean, we could talk about it. Just actually let Christians come talk, because in many of these spaces, they just kick them. They won't actually let anybody come respond. So yeah, it's fine. I've explained everything so far, and if you have any other questions, please let me know.
I really hope y'all are not pressing Taylor about this right now on a flat earth on a stationary Saturday. As far as reptile, I said it. I don't know what language to say it in. Self-proclaimed hybrid shape-shifting reptilian. That's all you need to know, really, to just for any type of validity. Anywho, we do have Xander still on stage, Citizen still on stage, Eyes to See. Give us 2 seconds, that guys. We also have this and that. Give us 2 seconds. Anybody who's requesting. Taylor, if it's recorded, yeah, tell somebody to get some clips. Any of the level heads that go listen, get some clips, for sure. We probably won't be here, but I can't promise you that.
If reptilians are calling me liars, then I'm obviously doing something right. But everybody knows what I stand for, and that's the God of the Bible and Christianity, and that Jesus Christ is King. So that's all I stand for, and that's all I've ever stood for on these spaces. So, whatever.
Reptile has always been himself. He ain't never told us he was.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't hate Reptile. I don't. He can tell me whatever he wants.
Whatever he calls himself is what he is. So that's like he's telling us that's what he is. So I have to like look at him as that. But he hangs with Kumar. They're all like inflammatory. So I guess. But yeah, if anybody of the level heads can listen to that, let us know, because we haven't heard
I'm actually
Taylor
cool with Kumar.
fully action like biblical action. I don't know if Rachel or Envy's still in here. Bye guys. Hi guys.
Notice it's all the people that say that.
Oh no. The reptilians got your service. They got your internet signal, Taylor. The reptilians got your Starlink.
Yeah, aliens are demons, period. So anybody who's saying they're the good guys are not looking into the evidence.
I do not think you should be in battle while you're in the process of driving. You know, on TikTok, they will shut your live down if you're driving while hosting.
That's crazy.
You're not gonna crash on TikTok watch. They're not gonna be listening to your lawsuit. TikTok said nope. That algorithm picked that up immediately. Oh, this vehicle, this user is in motion at a constant rate. Oh yeah, no, it's up.
Tier.
Maybe we'll tap in with her later. I don't know who is next, Sacred, but I do want to make sure the people on stage get their questions off and comments off. So you can
Well, this and that got his hand up, but I think Citizen was in here. I don't know. Citizen, do you want to say something before we go to this and that? Citizens Dawn. Just up here sitting pretty, okay. That's fine. You gotta open up your mic.
You know, the starving level heads out here requesting mics.
Definitely ain't no anti-flirt trolls. Streaming that anti-flat Earth Fridays over there in the little Discord. Anyway, this and that. What up, bro?
What's up, Sacred?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, man. I'm glad Witsit made it safe back to the States. Bro, how you doing, man?
We were actually just talking about you because he had brought up the discussion slash, I don't know, what are you labeling that? Is that gonna be a discussion, a
Wait,
debate?
wait,
Are you
wait. Did Austin
Is
bring
he
up the
talking?
secret
I'm a drop.
episode that I haven't totally talked
Oh yeah,
about?
what's it? It's this and that. Oh, you can't hear him. Drop down and come back up with it. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
he was telling us. He was telling us that we in motion. I mean, not Earth, but you know.
Methuselah connecting for me too.
I'm pretty excited about it, but I was gonna ask Austin a few questions. I'll wait till he gets up here. I wanted to wait until he got better, to let him know to check his email. But he's a busy individual, so
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro. A little chaotic here, but what's up?
no, man. I caught the stream with you and Owen Benjamin while you were down there, man. It looked pretty cold.
Yeah, yeah,
but,
it was.
but no, I'm glad you're back in the States. Sacred was telling me that you were talking about a secret episode that I haven't fully disclosed yet.
Oh, really?
No, me and Zach talked about it last episode. I'm just giving you shit.
No, I thought you said it on here.
You
So
absolutely did.
is that a
Flat
finals then?
Fridays exclusive.
Is that set in stone then? Can I broadcast that on?
Yeah, I don't remember. Was there a specific date?
January 5th is what Ashton wanted to lock in apparently as soon as possible. He seems pretty excited about it, to be honest with you.
Okay, that should be cool. Let me just like double check.
Fuck
And
Ashton. Ashton has to do his time, brother.
Round 1, fight. No. No, I don't think it's gonna be I honestly don't think it's gonna be a huge debate, man. I think they're gonna talk more about the ether than really a lot of
Nobody
them.
knows what the ether is. Do you have Sorry, I gotta mute myself.
Relax, Nate. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, isn't that?
Yeah.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so thankful to be back in the space. It's taken like 3 years, guys. It's taken like 3 years from
Better late than never.
introductory Nate to
It's
where
been
I'm
it's
at.
been a
So
while, man. It's been a
yeah,
while.
well,
Good to
I'm
see
in.
you.
I'm in. I'm
Hold on,
really
let this and that get his thing off, bro. We
no
gonna top it up with you.
All
Don't worry.
right. So
no
if
dramas, no
January
dramas.
5th, if January 5th works out for Austin, then it is for sure set, or it will be set in stone, January 5th, 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, where we're gonna have Austin Whitsitt and Ashton Forbes on at the same time. I'm bringing two worlds together, man. I've been working on this shit for months. Like, I'm sorry, man, but like,
Sunday.
well, it's just it's the fact that both communities tend to fight a lot without listening to the other person, like, outright. Like they're really quick to throw shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. And my goal is to find common ground, which Sacred, you know this, it's the fucking ether, man. That's the biggest common ground right now between the two communities. You can't deny it on
100%.
both sides. You can't.
100%. Can I ask?
Go ahead, Nate.
Okay, let me mute my TV with Tyson Fury and Usyk. I'm gonna remove
Oh, you
myself
wanted
from
to
the.
virtue signal that shit. You watching the UFC without us, you fucker.
No, but is that not the Olympic aspect of how to change mindsets? Is those fighters? Of course, we still watch it. You know, that we are led to believe that it is appropriation of entertainment for us,
All
especially
right.
when it is
I'm a
later
nerd for the
than when
UFC
we
too.
normally fall asleep. I love UFC, but you know that's slightly different. I would like to first and foremost say thank you to allowing in within the space. It's been years, I think, has it?
About a
Years.
year and some change.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's
Wait,
been
wait,
a
wait. You
while.
still flat earther, right?
No.
Nay, what happened, bro? You was globe earther. You was anti flat earther.
Listen,
Came in here. You said, "Oh, wait a minute. I think the Earth is flat."
I
And it
found
only take a year later just for you to be back on some
no.
balls,
Listen.
bro.
Okay, my opinion from now consistently is concave. I think a concave No, I got thumbs down. I got laughing.
They got
Oh,
him. They got Nate.
oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to
No.
Oh, come on. Give me a benefit of the doubt at some stage, please. I want to. I
Taylor, Nate don't
really
have a
do.
type. Nate don't
I
have a
want.
type. It don't count.
No, I want to know facts, and I want to know everything about it. And as I go forward, I'm like, okay, move away from the globe. Yes, we can move into a. For me, in my opinion, it's not just flat and a globe aspect. It is a potentially concave aspect. But
Nate, you just turned into a trans glober, bro.
no, fuck off. No, I didn't. Please don't
That's
tell me
what
that.
it is. I didn't know if you realized.
No. No, I
He's,
came in here to be like, yes,
he's
I'm
thinking about it.
educated now. I mean, I feel like I'm trying to be educated.
What I learned when I found out the Earth was flat is that I believed a bunch of nonsense without any evidence. And now I know if I'm gonna believe something, I want some evidence. So, what is that upward curving evidence that you found, sir?
Myself?
Making a
That is
point.
blasphemous.
Guys, I think Nate's a Mason.
Just making a point, bro.
Just saying.
That's kind. That's very kind of whoever just said that. Thank you very much. And who just said something like, hot fucking Jews have killed everyone? Who said that? Oh, too quick. Too quick to understand. Yeah. I have a question, and one of the main aspects of my intuition and beautiful open-ended understanding is how many Jews were in Germany between
Oh no, no, no,
I think
No.
no, 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 no.
that's a question to be asked, is it not?
On your own time.
No, but why is it would be on my own time? If 6 million Jews were irrelevant of how many, right? Terrible.
You anti-Semitic concavers, your whole community.
No,
How
Nate.
dare you deny history?
Damn. Quick with the
Next
callback.
conspiracy.
It was the concavers, y'all, wasn't us. Relax. We handled that. What episode was that, Prop? We handled that like 20 episodes ago. Ain't heard about it since.
I
You
think
know,
that
now that Austin has been to Antarctica, I believe he now needs to go to space. You should talk
that's
to
what I
Elon.
said. That's what
Let's
I
get
said.
this shit going.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, so dude, apparently if we don't believe in something, we get a free trip. So I don't believe you can go to space.
Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Do we have like-minded individuals that have
They're gonna
like
say you gotta
conscious and
ingest stuff in order to
common
withstand
point?
the
Yes,
space atmosphere.
yes,
Don't
I
let
Dude,
them
this
put
person
understand.
was
nothing in your
mumbling
body.
through people.
I
Oh
don't
no,
I could all
no,
hear.
I
it,
look
Proud, can you
I
hear
look
Nate? Nate can
no.
hear Winston and Proud. Winston, can you hear Proud and Nate? Like,
I
yeah.
look
Well,
in
I
the
got
morning, Nate.
interrupted.
I, I
Yeah,
I definitely did interrupt him, but I thought
yeah,
about
you
space.
did.
I don't know how that would work because like
It
he be saying
works.
with the
It
army, like
works.
they're gonna put stuff in you, they're gonna make you take stuff, shots and
I
stuff.
don't know what that means,
Like what if
other
they
than the
try that
fact
for
that
relax,
what?
you?
Nate. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. One mic.
May I talk?
Well, since
Am
no
I
one's
allowed?
talking, Austin, get back to me when you feel better, because I know you're sick as shit because you just, came from fucking Antarctica. We have the holiday, a couple weeks for holidays. Just get back to me before January 1st, man, and we'll set her up.
Yeah, for sure. I got you, bro. I think tentatively that will work, but let me
What would you like?
double check everything. Can you please
What
stop doing that,
answer?
man? Is that cool? Because I'm like
Relax, Nate.
around a bunch of stuff in the background, so I'm trying to step away and talk, and then just immediately talk right through me. It's just really weird to me. But yeah, dude, I'll double check. I'm just asking for sure. I know we have something coming up on like the 13th, so I think earlier than that is good. But I do have like many things coming up, so it's probably best we lock in. You get preferential treatment because now everybody wants to all of a sudden talk to me, So
Do you
Well,
think so?
now that you say that, now we should just let them suffer. Suspense is key. Now we should wait till June. Fuck it.
No, strike while it's hot, or whatever they say.
Yeah, no, I'll set it.
Strike when the
I'll set it
irons is
for
hot
January
is what
5th
you
right
mean.
now, and if anything changes, just let us know. But you heard that, Sacred and Proud. It's happening.
Unofficially, officially. Y'all heard it here first.
Officially.
Think about everything Witz has said about like all the confusion they're throwing at everybody.
It works well.
And then think about concave. It's very interesting.
I don't think he can hear anybody else. Maybe
Nate, before we continue, what are you drinking right now? Bourbon, scotch, whiskey? What is it?
Mineralized water.
Oh, well, damn. You should probably cut that shit out.
Hey, you know your mineralized water always finds its level, right?
No,
It isn't
I've
concave
joined
at all.
here. I've joined here for the first time because in the past I've always joined and been pissed at my mind, and everyone's arguing with me because I talk shit, and I'm like, oh, I can just join
We're
back
seeing
in
some
there.
of the same mannerisms, Nate. Not gonna lie.
Can I suggest a space for you in the future?
Pardon?
Can I suggest a space in the future?
You can suggest whatever you want.
Okay, so
whether
I
listen
like
or
your
not.
sense of humor. I
Yeah.
happen to like the shit talking in a joking manner.
I'm not talking shit. I've not talked shit once this evening.
But you should look up Hitchlat.
You should look up Hitler.
I already did.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Yeah. Well
It's
done.
not, I like Hitch. He do the 5-minute spaces.
Yeah, well, he
Move
has
on.
a
Already
sense of
5 minutes.
humor that Nate will connect with for sure, man. You should check him out. I like it.
It does come to a point where you have a conversation, and at what point do you engage with the level of individual that can enhance themselves or can enhance and exchange and share opportunities or mindset with each individuals. I've done this a few times, and I can pinpoint 3 of you which are non-human, but awareness of human behaviors, and I can pinpoint all of you. And if you would like me to discuss that openly, I can. If you would like to continue, I can discuss with you to help with you and engage.
Dude, what are you running, Sacred? Because your kick-ins for the little mini, what are you using for those? For your little, the what and all that stuff. I'm just curious.
It's an ethereal mainframe, bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Serial number yet. It's still upgrading.
Oh, man.
Okay, look, why we got Nate quiet? Hold on, see, I was just about to say why we got him quiet. Let's see what biblical. Hold on, Nate. Hold on.
Okay. You said why I've got me quiet. I've just watching the boxing.
It's been last call for like 4 hours already.
He just remembered.
Just watching the boxing.
Let's see what biblical want to add, and then we'll slide to Beast. I'm not sure if we have any other requests. If so, we'll rotate you guys up. But we are definitely dragging this. Not gonna lie. But it's good to kick it with y'all. I don't get to see y'all all week, so. Biblical, talk to me. Talk to us. What up?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I've been in and out since last night, and man, crazy space. Thank you for doing it. Witsit, man, thank you for everything. And I just don't understand. I guess, I know some people are going to love you, some people are going to hate you, some people are going to be indifferent about anybody. But to look at your fruits, to look at you and Dave, and to see all you guys do for pushing truth, I mean, in a way that's you articulate yourself well, so much about a variety of topics, and you speak it with a level head. You can meet people where they're at. You can talk to the PhD, or you can talk to the layman, and I just, we appreciate it. It's a big deal. So thank you, and thanks for taking all the heat from the people that are haters. you know, and there's going to be people that call you a shill, call you this, call you that. Man, I'd just double down on it. It's like we ought to be supporting you more than ever and getting you, you know, to where you can travel around and speak for the truth and push the truth of God's creation, without having to worry about it. Take care of your family, take care of your kids. So I mean, you know, it's like church. You know, it takes money to run one, or a business. It takes money to do it. So I just hope people really support you big, not only in word but financially, and just that it's just a blessing to you. And as far as Taylor and the drama that's going on with all that, like Taylor, I've heard you speak in a ton of spaces. I'm not sure if she's here. Looks like it, but I've seen her in all sorts of spaces, and you're always pushing the Lord, and I love it. That's why I go in when you're speaking a lot of the time. You're pushing the Creator, and you do it in a great way, and I think it's awesome. So good job.
It's
You got people behind you.
it comes to the point to where you should not judge those who have different beliefs than you, as long as it makes them a good person. I think that's all that matters, you know?
Yeah, and I don't judge them. I just think that it's only right to let to make it not an echo chamber and to just stop bashing a people group forever. Like Christians, for example, constantly bashing them. They can never respond. That's ridiculous, in my opinion. And we've heard from a couple people here tonight who do that very thing, where they host spaces and act like this, and it's just not cool. I like Sacred Spaces because he actually lets people come and talk, and that's what we should all strive to do.
Sacred accepted me. I will say though, since I've started coming in these spaces, yeah, the globe model's wrong, man. That's all I can say. It's fucking wrong.
Yeah, let's go.
Get excited though. There's still a lot of
Let's
shit we need to figure
freaking go. You see, y'all 24 hours saying y'all can't do nothing. Confirmed.
Love it.
Let me stop. Sorry, right.
we gotta figure. I don't think we're gonna figure everything out, but there are a lot of things that we have been told that are just blatant lies. Just blatant lies. And I think the more people, Sacred, that become aware of not just where we live, but just in general, man, just the lies. Once you get them on one lie, that should give you enough fervor to keep going.
Yeah, did you guys check out the railgun that they just unclassified some stuff on? It shoots 100 miles at like
Railgun was
5,600 miles.
unclassified like 15 years ago. Railgun is all it's like they just enhance it.
Doesn't work on a concave Earth, Nate. My friend. Got him. You soundboard proud.
Yeah, it bends up when it's going.
Yeah, 100%. Like maybe they can they can figure out how to like, do a 360 view on it rather than a direct laser perspective. Fucking sorry, guys. Oh god.
Just saying, bro. Just saying.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, biblical.
Right to do so as well. Absolutely right to do so. I had no right to just jump in there and make my statement. So I'll just acknowledge that. And
now your secret's out or in, right? Y'all concave or y'all like in stuff, right? You know.
Well, no, I saw that like 2 days ago. The guy that said the final experiment, you know, when they went down.
All of y'all concavers only take 30 hours to convert. Like, what is this?
You can't call me a concaver because I'm literally still the guy that's like, I'm reading Genesis at the minute. So I'm like, give me a break. Everything's so confusing. I don't even know where to go. Apart from
you
basically
lost your way when you stopped coming to Flat Earth Fridays.
You should look into just ancient civilizations. That should tell you.
I do. I love ancient civilizations. Somebody give me a point of ancient civilizations. I'll have a discussion. I love ancient. That's my point. That's why like I disagree with most of influential statements of the common world. Like, where do you want to talk?
Can I jump in?
Of course.
Hold on one second. I see you.
Yes,
I think Beast.
you should say.
I think Beast was next, and then we slide to you just right after Beast. Unless you good.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments and just go back to listen. Yeah, this you're a shill, all that talk, or you're a Mason, you're this.
What's a shill, by the way? Can I just ask what's a shill?
Hold on, Nate. Relax, relax.
It's the thing is, it's like when you do that kind of like targeting and you know divisiveness and being paranoid and stuff like that. Yeah, it has its uses at certain points, but at the end of the day, you know, if it's the truth, it's the truth, right? Truth doesn't fear investigation. Um, but yo, this and that, I can't remember your actual name. I'm sorry, but the fact that you just said I don't know if it's a globe, I was like, man, I knew you followed Globebusters for a reason. There had
No,
to be some
I
reason
never
there.
said that. You're talking to the host though, Josh. I never said that. I said that the globe model is just wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong, right?
That's what I wanted to speak on, guys. So
Is
the
it
globe doesn't actually.
concave?
Can I get the mic, Sacred?
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead, brother.
hold on. Oh, Beast, you go. Okay, go ahead, Nathan. Everybody, this is Enoch from TikTok. My guy, go ahead, bro.
So the globe doesn't actually have a model, right? A model is a physical representation of a specific phenomena in nature. So they can't put water on a spinning ball. They can't demonstrate a gravitational orbit. They can't demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. But we are like a Victoria's Secret catalog. We have all the models. We can model everything. The globers have globe cartoons, globe fairy tales, globe paralogisms, globe falsehoods, and globe computer video games. That's it. They don't have a model. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, I'm telling y'all, when y'all open up y'all spaces, send the link to Nathan Thompson. I'm telling y'all that right now. I never led y'all wrong. Send that link. Y'all gonna love having them over there. I'm telling you. What?
Also, all the finger pointing is kind of lame, right? Because I met 5,000 flat earthers in my day. I don't know if anyone's ever met that many flat earthers. I don't even think Jaron and David Wise can claim to have met 5,000. And all the people you're pointing fingers at, I've met them. I've looked them in the eye. Shills tell you you're on a cartoon globe. Shills are not flat earthers. So, what are we doing here? Cheers.
A model isn't a physical representation, it can be a mathematical representation. And we have one model that answers everything. You guys can't fit two observations onto one model. You don't have a model.
No, say it, explain it. What is the model you're referring to?
What day did math become reality?
Not the question. Let's refer back to his statement and let's ask him for his response.
So you know the globe model. I don't need to. Don't pretend like you don't.
You don't have one, bro.
It's those little globes that say not for educational purposes.
Ooh.
Do the globes come with that? Like, from a educational perspective, do they say the globe is a representation of education that comes from the early 40s, clarified in the early 1950s?
Nothing about the globe was clarified.
Well, I think there was the globe understanding where Africa was almost like 2 times smaller than what it was. North America was 3 times, 3.5 times larger on the world map. I think that's really important for those of us that would typically look at maps as truth. And I think when you realize that North America is only a third of Africa, I think that's an important point to be aware of as a being, just first and foremost.
It's the only way they can hold water on a ball, printing it on a globe.
But is all water on the globe possible? And how do tides happen?
You need to figure that out, bro.
I
Although
have
there
figured it out.
although there is a wild fire tide Prezi
I think
from Saint
my
Saint Pierre. Oh, you don't know what a Prezi is? It's a presentation from Saint
well,
Saint Pierre on tides. I'm gonna send it to you.
yeah. I mean, I think
You're probably not gonna watch it, but I'll still send
allow me the benefit of the doubt in the future to know that Prezi, I could probably guess that's present. If you would like to share,
it.
maybe something.
Presentation.
Presentation, depending. Presentation would be what? A documentary or a purposefully pursued 1, 2, or 3 influence to somebody that may be acknowledgement to it.
Something like that, bro. It's a bunch of words. I think we got Meth wanted to speak before though. Hold on one second, Nate. Let's slide over to Meth, and I see my guy Harrison is back for round 2.
Love that.
Let's slide to Meth first. What's up? I don't want to just keep calling you Meth, bro. Is that cool?
Methuselah.
Methuselah, that's just it. But yeah, no, I was just listening, and sometimes my mic gets better when I have it when I'm a speaker, and it's real low, and then when I become a speaker, it gets real loud, and I muted it real loud because I got like an earbud, and I can't really hear too well.
What are your thoughts on being Methuselah
Let me
as a
guide him through
name?
this because there's a phone volume and then there's like a media volume.
Just the
So when
name
you're
volume.
on, hold on, Nate. When you're on the mic, it's like your phone, like you're on a phone call. It may control
Yeah,
that
I do that.
volume.
Sorry.
And if you're just like as a listener, it may be your media, which is like when you're playing songs or something like that, or a YouTube video.
Just
Okay,
love.
So there are two different
all right.
volumes, whether you're on and off the mic. So you may have to adjust.
Okay, so I remember that there's three dots when you press the volume up or volume down, and then there's four categories to pick from. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, got you. Because I didn't
Go
know
on,
if you,
man.
I didn't know if there's anything else you wanted to say.
I know that's it. I'm just enjoying
No,
the back and
your
forth.
name is Methuselah. You have to give us an opportunity. Old school. Come on, give us it.
I just I'm a flat earther, and I just enjoy the debates, and
Right.
I'm getting into it since uh, 2020 or 2021 when the
Love that.
virus came out.
Yeah.
And it was
Ignore that. Ignore 2020 plus viruses. Always focus on beforehand and afterwards, I think.
oh, thank you,
Just
Nate.
saying that's when he came into discovering about flat Earth, which is very interesting. I hear that a lot. A lot of people started to look into or to take seriously questioning the nature of the Earth that they have been given.
And
How many?
Aldrin included.
it was only really one statement that I followed a person on TikTok, or not on TikTok but on Telegram, and it was Richard J. Citizen, and he just says, "Sure looks flat to me," and I said, "Holy shit!" And then I and I got dog. That's where
There's
the
a lot
hell
of
I went.
there's a lot of balloons that go up now 60, 70, 80,000 feet, and they show there is no real curvature.
Correct, and I think of the Eric Baumgartner, and they that
Yeah,
stuff
well,
is flat. You're only
I
this far above it,
I
and
think Baumgartner, like I think he definitely jumped off the highest aspect, 100%. I don't 100%. He just fucking dropped off and ended up on the world. But when you look at the camera angles, if you put them in a typical just camera angle that you would do just filming or anterior, the fish eye aspect of filming shows a curvature if you know how to film with a fish eye, which looks like if you transverse back all the way down to the 60s and the
But bro,
50s.
why do you think you're inside of a sphere if you know
I
all
don't
of this?
think I am. I don't think I'm inside of a sphere, but I
looks like
do.
another concave that got the halo version of Earth.
No, I don't even know what concave mean. I know what concave means, but I think 2 weeks ago somebody was like, "Oh yeah, well of course, because it's concave, you can still do a concave response." Cool. Happy to introduce and look into it. And Creed, you know this. How many years has it been? Like
Oh
three,
my
4 years
bro,
doing
you
this.
know that is not my
You
name. We
still don't
skipping over
even
you
know your
just for saying
name.
that bullshit. Anyway, Harrison, what up?
Yo, what up?
Glad
You
you
guys have
back,
been
man.
you've been here all night? I mean, since last night? Same space?
Ladder Fridays into stationary Saturdays, bro. We don't stop.
Wow.
We keep it
Y'all are
going.
dedicated. Dedication.
What Sunday?
Nigga, flat Sundays.
Yo,
Sunday spearheading.
yo,
Okay, relax,
so
Nate. Go ahead, Harrison.
let me I just wanted to. I saw you were on, so I was like, let me just jump on, check it out. But I did watch the movie today. Uh, the Principal. You
Oh,
know
he
that?
watched it. Yo, clap it up.
Yeah.
Clap it up.
So here's the thing. So
Oh, my bad.
so it's a little confusing. Not the principle. I mean, but why flat earthers would recommend that, because
Why would
s-
you?
so
Why?
basically what I gained from it was nothing in terms of, I mean, it was interesting for sure, but
Nothing. I just clapped for
well, no,
you,
no, no,
bro.
no. Let me just explain. Let me just explain, because all it is the same debate we've been having. So in other words, it's opposing views debating. So there's some scientists that are saying one thing, and then there's the opposing view. You know what I mean? So it's there's no definitive like answer. It's just it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying it's a cool documentary, but there's no answer for. It's not like, hey, watch this, you'll be convinced. Like, no, I wasn't convinced of anything. Now the second thing is, as far as my knowledge, I mean, I don't know. You tell me. You're a flat earther is saying, again. I'm not talking down to flat earth. I'm just saying, like, so people like
Say what you
who are
mean.
geocentric are flat earthers are like, yeah, go watch this. You need to watch this. But as
Because
far as
there's
I know, but as far as just last, this is what I'm saying. As far as I know, every single person on there is not a flat earther. They all believe in the globe model, and they use the globe model for the entire thing.
Believe.
So
They
keyword.
believe in it. Keyword.
Keyword.
right, well, but what I'm saying is, I find it a little funny that like a flat earther would be like, "Hey, go watch this," whereas
It's
none of the
changed.
people are flat earthers on there. I mean, in other words, like
I actually got a funny
even if it's
story with Robert's
geocentric.
son Janice, if you guys want to hear it. Sacred.
Yeah.
But
Let's
even
hear it.
well, just real
He
quick. So
debated Rob Skiba live in person at one of the Flat Earth International conferences, and I walked up to him right after the debate because the whole thing was about movement of Earth, biblical cosmology, this and that. I said, "Hey, Robert, you forgot proof of Earth curve in your entire debate. Where's the proof of Earth curve?" And he looks at me with those shifty politician eyes, doing their shifty little politician dance, and he goes, "Guess you're gonna have to read my book for that." Cool story. Cool story.
If I read your book, you're gonna go in jail, you pedo. Sorry.
so my
What?
question is why would
Oh, my God.
what was the
Hey,
purpose of the recommendation?
yo.
What was the purpose of the recommendation for me to watch that?
Because there's two components to flat Earth. It's geometry and it's motion, right? So, well, really, it's the components of the globe Earth. We tested the geometry, we falsified it. But before we get to you even trying to see things through the lens of actuality and not a reality that's been given to you, we got to start from at least a commonplace where even globe earthers are validating that the earth is not in motion. So this is an ongoing quote unquote debate or discussion, and it shouldn't be. Not in mainstream physics, not in mainstream science. There should be no debate whether the earth is in motion or not. So if even in your own paradigm they're showing an equivalence to how the earth is potentially stationary, now you can move on to the next phase, which is the geometry of earth. But if you can't even get past motion, then it's very difficult to discuss curvature. Does that make
Okay, I got yeah, no, I got you. So
Sacred, I heard
let
the
me ask
only
you a
proof
question.
they have that the earth moves is that song. I feel the earth move under my feet. Is that true?
Also, I heard if you take about 3 or 4 shots, you may start to feel a little bit of motion.
So
Facts,
let me
dude.
so is it possible, so my question would be, is it possible that the earth, because it seems like what all these scientists were basically saying, the geocentric people, so is it possible that the earth is a globe but also at the center of the universe and geocentric? Is that possible?
Not when you go test the curvature where they claim curvature is supposed to be. Right.
So
So
but
let me
so
ask you. Let me ask you a qualifying
why are
question.
you
Let me ask you a
I'm
qualifying
just
question. Let me ask you a qualifying question. If a surface isn't curving, what is it?
that's one of those leading questions. Like, that doesn't mean the earth is flat just because
I,
if I don't see curvature.
I didn't ask you about the Earth, bro.
Right.
Attention.
Right.
I
If
formed
if
my
something's
question
flat, it's flat.
specifically
If
for a reason in that manner. to see if you can get past the cognitus. I said, if a surface is not curving, then what is it?
It would be flat.
Now, you just demonstrated intellectual honesty and critical thought. Now, most people' first reaction would be what you just did. Oh, what do you mean the earth? Da, 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 da. And it's like, I didn't mention the earth, but that's that emotional, uncomfortable confusion that comes out in that type of manner every single time we ask somebody that.
Because it's a
We gotta,
leading question. It's a leading question. So
not if
so
I'm
in other
talking about
words,
not if I'm just talking about a regular surface. I'm not talking about the earth
well,
at all. If I
but
say if
everybody
the
knows
earth
that.
isn't
Everybody
curving, then
knows
I can
that.
see what you're saying. But if I just say a surface, then
Right.
that's just a
Is my dining room
intellectual.
table flat? Yes. I mean, that's not really proving anything though.
Well,
So fine. I mean, I just think that's a basic fact. That's nothing to debate about whether if a surface is flat or if a surface is not curved, is it flat? Yes.
no,
I
no.
mean,
What
that's
the
just
point wasn't to debate. The point was to get you to be okay and comfortable with saying the words flat, with
of course I am.
acknowledging
Of course I am.
denying.
I told you they
How
used to
many
call me
people
Flat
are
Earth
though, bro?
Anthony at work.
That's that.
Just
Listen,
just
that's why I proposed that question, because the first thing that you did was jump straight to the earth, and that's what people normally do without just answering the question. So if we're gonna have a conversation or dialogue or discussion about geometry of the earth, and I can't even get you to admit what a surface is doing if it's not curving, you would agree that it would be like a pointless conversation. But now that you said that, hey, yeah, if a surface isn't
yeah.
curving, it's flat. Now
Listen, I'm
you
open.
demonstrated that you are able to have that conversation at least to some degree.
I'm
How many
open to
people
have
do
all
that?
these conversations. I'm not afraid of these conversations, and
That's
I'm
what's
not
up.
afraid to say flat. I'm not afraid to say flat Earth. I think the whole thing's interesting. I'm here for a reason. I want to discuss this. I want to learn more and research more, and I want to be challenged. But here's the thing. So you're like, hey, I understand you're trying to separate the two, but what I'm saying is all of these people you sent me to go listen to, in a sense, all of these like scientists and all these intellectual people or whatever, these professors, as far as I know, all of them believe that the Earth is a globe. So I'm confused by why you sent me to a place where everybody is saying that the Earth is a globe.
Because
I
they're
understand
talking
you want to
about
separate the
lack of
two and you have to
motion.
do one and then the other, but it's still kind of weird that you would send me to somewhere where nobody, if they knew that, like in other words, like the people who are geocentric in that video are not flat earthers, right?
Well, no, not in those videos. They're
Well,
geocentric
that's what I'm
globe
saying.
earthers. But when you find out the details when it comes to like heliocentrism and geocentrism, and you find out when they calculate these motions in the sky,
Oh, I agree.
hold on. I didn't finish. When they calculate the motions in the sky, they don't account for the geometry of the masses. Because if they account for the geometry of the masses, claiming them to be spheres in motion due to gravity, all of the motions when they start to do the predictions end up being chaotic. So like they claim that we're on a sphere. They look up in the sky and say, "Oh, those must be spheres in a vacuum of space. So we must be a sphere, and we must be moving around the sun, even though when we look up at the sky, everything seems to be moving around us." We have to start questioning the things that they're saying to us. So before
Right.
we get into
And
the geometry of the earth, we just start with motion first. And then once you can agree that there's at least an equivalence to a geostationary earth, then
yes.
it becomes more easy, becomes easier to have a conversation about the other things. So that's
Right.
the
So so
reason why
so
we start with motion first, then we go to geometry second.
well, yeah, and that's an easy one. I would have been down with that anyway. Like in other words, it's a lot more believable, or it's a lot easier to wrap your head around a stationary Earth because, like you said, that's what we perceive. That's everything. That's all we know. So you know. Uh, Basically in the documentary they're saying like there's no way, in other words, the calculations are the same whether it's the earth, you know what I'm saying, whether it's geocentric or heliocentric, the calculations work both ways, right? So that's my whole point, is I still didn't have a definitive answer at the end of it. It was still a debate. So like I'm open to it, but I didn't necessarily see anything that would concrete say that it's geocentric
Well, the next
in
thing,
that
yeah, most of
documentary.
us did, and I'm gonna let Enoch jump in because he'll probably hit you with like 20 different facts about motion or geometry. And he's super effective on TikTok. I can't wait to see him start going crazy on Twitter. Uh, but yeah, so you don't think though like that is crazy that potentially the true nature of our reality is that the earth is stationary, but they're telling us that we're in motion. What the flat earthers did was say, okay, well, let me go see if we can detect this motion, or let me go look at the history and see if historically they detected any motion. And I don't know if you've done that research yet, because if you did, it may start to make more sense why we sent you down this first path, because that changes everything, bro. Like if they say that you're in motion and you're not at all, don't you think that that's a big like red flag?
That is huge, but also it's we know that science is not factual. It's theory, right? I mean, basically, I mean, for the
Not
what?
science.
No, but I'm talking
Pseudoscience.
about science is the one that are telling us that it's heliocentric. But
Science
Now,
doesn't have
go
a
ahead,
voice.
Enoch. Tell them.
Science doesn't tell you anything. That's a reification fallacy. Okay, science doesn't have vocal cords. It doesn't
oh my
speak
god, dude,
Spanish
why
Listen,
do
or
you
listen,
have to
listen,
do
bro.
English
shit
or
like
Greek.
that? Why
Listen,
do you have to
listen,
do
What?
shit
listen.
like
Get
that?
triggered,
See,
bro.
Bro.
that's
Let
exactly
Enoch
why.
explain it to you, bro, because he's not lying about what he's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you must have missed a part of the video where they didn't have any proof the Earth was in movement. So you're like, oh, it was still a debate at the end of the documentary. No, it's not a debate. There's no proof the Earth is moving. And let me guide you in a different
There's
direction,
no
right?
proof
Because
either
all
way.
Globers.
There's no
Can
proof
I
either
finish,
way.
bro?
Hold on. Here, we
There's no
gonna
proof
give
either
you the mic
way.
back. We gonna give you the mic back. You know how we do over here. Go ahead, Enoch.
Yeah, please stop censoring me. I'd really appreciate it. So they told you to watch a documentary. That's great. What I would recommend
Move
you
away
do.
from your mic just a little.
Yeah,
To
can you hear
hear
me?
like
Yeah, get the mic out of your mouth.
the airiness. Yeah,
Oh, no
just
worries.
move away from the mic just a little bit. Yeah, you got
So
it.
So what I would recommend is not sitting on your hands and watching a documentary, because that's all Globers have done all their life, is just look at things and believe what they're being told.
This
You
is
can
what you people
actually.
told me to do.
Hey, I know I'm in the middle of saying I would guide you in a different direction. You're interrupting me again. Okay. What I would do is
No,
I
but
would
you're being
recommend.
condescending douchebag, and I don't like you. So
Bro,
why don't you
just let him.
reset
Cry me a
yourself?
river,
Just
Reset
baby.
yourself.
listen, Harrison. Don't
Reset
get
yourself and talk
Harrison.
to
Don't
me
take
with
it personally,
respect.
bro.
Cry me a river, baby.
Harrison, don't take it personally, bro. Don't take it personally.
Don't
Unless
talk
he
to me like that. Don't
deliberately
talk to me like that,
unless he
because I will take
deliberately
it
calls you
personal.
a name, bro. Unless he deliberately calls you a name, I'll moderate. But
Just
just let him do his thing.
breathe.
It's gonna be okay, bro. So what you could do instead of watching documentaries and sitting on your spirit fingers is you go out in nature with your big
Listen,
boy
shut the
pants.
fuck up, you faggot. Don't talk to me like that, you little bitch.
Bro, why do you get so triggered, bro? All he said was sitting on your spirit fingers, bro. And I'm getting messages on like Harrison's at it again. See, it's like, bro, like I don't want the audience to make it I don't want you to drive the audience like you're the problem, bro. Like you gotta just chill. Just let Enoch just say what he gotta say. You get to respond. Please no more name calling, bro. I don't want to take your mic for like the inflammatory language. Go ahead, Enoch.
I'm just telling you, if you continue to talk to me like that, I won't say anything. I'll just leave the space. So if you want to shut down debate and you want to shut down
There's no
this
debate.
conversation, then do it. Then keep talking like that.
There's no
But
debate.
step back and talk with respect to me, pal.
Are you done crying?
Listen, one more fucking word, and I'm gonna leave the space. So it's up to you. If you want me to leave the
Oh no,
space,
I'm
I
terrified.
will. But
Oh
reset
no,
yourself and talk with respect,
I'm
son.
shaking in my boots. He's gonna leave. Oh no, how
Okay,
sad.
all right. See you later.
Okay, so you can test the Earth yourself. You don't have to watch documentaries on YouTube. You can go out to a large body of water. It should curve in all directions. It objectively doesn't curve in all directions. You could use infrared, high power zoom cameras, telescopes, lasers. You could do a mirror reflection test with the sun, land surveying equipment. Plane surveyors assume the Earth is flat for 100 square miles. You could celestial navigate on the oceans using the sky as a map and a clock, and assuming the Earth is flat to triangulate the angle of celestial objects. So your globe is cooked. Stop crying. Nobody cares if you're here or not. Well, we do, but we want you to learn. But crying about it's not how you go about this. We got to be adults, dude. Okay, it's not a big deal. We were lied to.
Don't worry, y'all. He'll be back. And I wish he would have heard that because there's a lot of sauce there. But again, y'all, this is why we talk about like geometry and motion because they're two like main components of the conversation. It's not just one dimensional. All right, there's a lot of information too in regards to just two topics on one subject. I appreciate you, Enoch. Let's slide over to Miss. How you say this? Miss McGillicuddy.
McGillicuddy. It's a
I
nickname from my grandma.
completely wrong.
It's anywho. I came into the researching of flat Earth in like 2019. I, like a bunch of people, kind of had an awakening, right? I hate using that term because everybody uses it. It's like the word literal or authentic. It ended up being a journey that brought me to Christ out of the New Age and the occult. I was a practitioner of divination for a long time, and I knew about Freemasons from their experience with their own occultism. And once I hit flat Earth, I thought, oh, this looks like Mason globe with the compass and the square and a firmament. Now, I'm sure I'm not alone here in this space in understanding that our government and the world leaders pretty much haven't told the truth to us ever. Not really. Maybe some little bit of truth to make the pill go down, right? Now, it makes more sense to me that if these people who believe in everything from, uh, I'll just be blunt. I'll code it if you want me to, but SRA and traumatic abuse and mind control, propaganda, all the things we see, and NASA, why wouldn't they, being flat Earth believers themselves, want to paint a fib the size of a globe? And NASA, which is in my book exactly what they did. And okay, sorry, my son is here. Hold on. But okay, come sit in the chair, honey. We can't sit in a chair. You can sit right. You can put your legs up right there. Sorry about that. Mom has to do mom stuff. But basically, my view was and sticks with, like, you have all these people who run the world. Look at the UN insignia. It's a flat Earth, right? Look at how this is the perfect plan for them to propagate their global warming and their global initiatives and their go green for this round planet, keeping us yet again under one of their Kabbalistic spells, right? So in my book, I know I'm not alone in the flat Earth. Obviously, we're in the space here, but these people know what they're doing when they want to control us in a sheep format, in a flock format. So why wouldn't they lie to us about the globe? I mean, all of us here have definitely looked into what is going on with fisheye lenses and NASA and um, Christmas hats for two astronauts that were only supposed to be there for 8 days in June. It's like the nonsense just keeps getting more nonsense, and people are waking up. Whether they're finally at least even one scale off of their eye is happening. People are seeing things they can't unsee, and a lot of it is just the lies, and you can look at all of the. I mean, we all know, right? We all went to school. We all had a globe. We all had to make the stupid model of all the planets, and when Pluto was still a planet, remember? And it's all part of the indoctrination, and it goes all the way back to what the Rockefellers did with the education system. I mean, it was all a plan to indoctrinate, and I quote, wasn't it Rockefeller who said, we're not in the business of making we're in the business of making workers, not thinkers. And that's exactly been the plan forever. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It doesn't mean that we can't. I mean, I'm not saying I think we can grab our torches and pitchforks, but we sure as hell can not believe the lie anymore. And as long as we can kind of understand everyone's frustrated. We get frustrated as humans. It's a crazy, crazy world we're living in. But this message, it will get out bigger than it even is now. More people are waking up. Not everyone will completely wake up, but you know, they're not going to fall off the side of the planet. They're not going to fall off the side of the planet like they keep scare tacticking and making the touching. I apologize, everybody. But anyways, that's my piece. We got a firmament, and just look at the way those rockets go, right? And look at the stars in the Nikon photos, right? Like they look like they're underwater. I'm so tired of everybody lying to everybody. That's why I have school now. Yes, honey. And he doesn't like it when I'm on the phone. But thank you for having me in the space. God bless you all. It's nice to be around people who are awake. Thank you.
Shout out to you, Miss. I'm just call you Miss Mag, Miss Magilli. Can't call you Miss Cuddy.
McGillicuddy.
Do that. Miss McGillicuddy. Okay. And shout out to the young ones too. Next generation is important.
Would have
Yeah,
been
that
forced
part.
kicking me out all night. I don't know what the beef is.
Yeah, my Twitter is glitching too.
I'm trying
Not
not to
gonna lie.
nuke the jumbotron because we got Globers in here, we got questions in here, we got.
You might have to just get it up out of here. Shepard was in here, but he must have dipped out unless he rugged too. Shepard, if you hear, request back up. If not, it's all good. We can slide to Xander. And if there's any more mics, you could approve them, proud. And I don't know, like, we wrapping this up soon?
Oh yeah, we're gonna let What's It rest and everybody simmer down for the night. We could do one more round of everybody get their shit off, and then I'll look up some tunes, and then upcoming events and
Are you still with us? Former professional athlete.
OUP.
What sport you play?
My bad. What was it? My turn. My bad, guys.
Is that Xander?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
What sport you used to play, bro?
Oh, baseball.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
Yep. It's a ball though. It's a sphere. Stupid.
Trying to ignore that part.
So I think you said it, Sacred. Something you said made me think of. Like, tell me what you guys think. Like, is the best flat Earth argument? Because you hear all these flat Earth arguments, and some people are better debaters than others, but then some people make better cases for flat Earth than others, right? And so like, it's stratified, kind of like with anything. Like, if you're like baseball, like if you're listening to somebody talk about baseball but they don't know what they're talking about, it's like cringe. It's like, dude, I can't listen to this. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. And so like, is the best flat earth argument not actually making a positive claim, like that the earth is flat and here's the model and here's how everything works, and all of the phenomena we see, like it actually works this way on a flat model instead of this globe model? It is instead, is the best argument not making the mistake that the globers make by making a positive claim that can't be substantiated? Is it just like not making a positive claim, but just the burden of proof is on the only person or group that is making a positive claim, and let's pay attention to what those claims are and let's go investigate it? Does that make sense? Instead of, because I see some flat earthers when they're debating, they'll make positive claims that, well, like, first of all, like if you make any claim, a positive claim about the earth is flat, like that just is naturally going to trigger people, right? Because of their incredulity, right? And then it also, like, it gives them something to attack, right? Where it's like, well, you're making a positive claim too, so what about this? What about that? And you get lost in the sauce, or like you get caught in the weeds instead of focusing on really, I mean, for me, it was like, okay, if you know the circumference of a sphere, then you know the rate of curvature by mathematically. And if that, if you if you go out and test that and you don't see the rate of curvature that you know has to exist on a sphere where you know the circumference, like that's a major problem. So that was like I think the first thing that kind of I was like, whoa, and but like in terms of like strategy and debate, not falling into the trap of making a positive claim, but instead just focusing on the weak points of the only positive claim, the globe positive claim. Does that make sense?
I'm all talking while I'm muted. I was saying that I think you had a right for a moment, right? So like the issue is making positive claims that you can't substantiate. So flat earthers can make 100 different positive claims as long as they can substantiate. Problem with globe earthers, they make 1,000,000 different positive claims that they can't substantiate. So it just seems like one is doing a little bit more than the other. But flat earth is really just intellectually honest. Most of the arguments are just designed around geometry and motion. And there's some like fringe things that we can like go back and forth about where it's like theories type of stuff, but like really the basis, the foundation of what we talk about is where's the curve, where's the motion. If it's not curving, it's flat. If there's no motion, it's stationary. That's very simplistic. Now everything else comes after, right? We could figure out sky, what's underneath us. We could do all that. How big this place is. That's all next. That's after we get to a conclusion of the positive claim of curvature and a positive claim of that motion. Does that make more sense?
It does. Yeah, everything you said is correct there. And yes, like flat earthers can make positive claims that check out, but then it's like when you make positive claims and then also like create a model for how things are, like on a flat earth model, where like you can get the globe earth, the focus of the debate can be stuck on that, and where like the focus of the debate is poking holes in your model and your positive claims, when really like to be sufficient or successful or effective in the debate, you don't need to make any positive claims. It's just keep the focus on the weak points of the only positive claim made, that or the mainstream like culturally accepted one, which is the globe model. If you just keep it on that and not like make any positive claim yourself that the earth is flat and here's our model and all this, because then you have two different positive claims that to where the focus can oscillate between. Where if you don't make any positive claim and there's only one, which is the globe model, then the focus can only be on that, and then that's where you can draw like point attention towards the weak points in the globe model, and then that will loosen people's position just sort of naturally, but you don't scare them away with like the earth is flat and we know it and here's a picture of it and all that stuff. And also you don't give them anything to attack, right? And like you don't give them an R.
There's definitely like
That makes
debate tactics, right? Like could have debate tactics, but I don't feel sorry for no globe earther. You just go online and go get an article, go get a citation. Like it's super easy for a globe earther to reference information. Now, whether that information would stand up to scrutiny, that's a whole different story. You can chat GPT all the way till your thumbs hurt. But if there's a logical conflicting pieces of information and whatever they're giving you, like it's not going the chat GPT gonna break down. Like, oh, I haven't considered that sacred. Thank you for making me aware. I need to like, but I don't want to hear that. Like, this is supposed to be mainstream scientific consensus. Shouldn't be no conflicts. There shouldn't be no contradictions. So I think falsifying the opponent's argument is important. Being able to substantiate your own claims is important. And then you can even take it a step further, like I said, with like kind of like fringe things where you can start demonstrating. Like one thing I always be like, globe earthers, demonstrate your Coriolis on your sphere. Now, on a flat Earth, there would be a specific rotation of water on the inner circle, and there would be a counter rotation on the outer circle. I can demonstrate that phenomenon on a flat surface. I wouldn't make the positive claim that using a magnet and electric field is the only way that that can happen on a flat Earth, but I could use a magnet and an electric field for that phenomenon and say, hey, I could demonstrate that phenomena, Coriolis, which y'all will call Coriolis, because you got water currents in different rotations on different hemispheres, which would be an inner circle and an outer circle on a flat Earth. But again, that wouldn't be like a positive claim of Coriolis. It would be, I'm demonstrating the phenomena. Can you do it? You know what I'm saying? So like, it's different ways to attack it. It's different way to understand. Some of the things that are being claimed is not demonstrable, not repeatable, not reproducible, which means if you're building your whole foundation of things that you can't apply science to, it's pseudoscientific. It's a blind belief. It then becomes a religion. And that's what many people gotta understand about this, bro. Like, it's mostly just you're smart if you can regurgitate. You don't have to understand. You don't have to comprehend. You damn near don't even need to apply these days with all the technology we got. You just have to remember, regurgitate, go to the next grade. Don't think about nothing though. When you start thinking about stuff, that's when you get fringe ideas. That's when you start challenging the mainstream. And then they just label you a quack or crazy or a flat earther and try to ignore you. So you realize the flat earthers got the biggest space talking about science on Twitter. Let me stop. But you get what I'm saying though. And rent.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm hesitant to bring up this next thing. I'm actually waiting for my friend to text me back because he brought it up in a debate a while ago. But I did want to touch on that point you made. Like, if a surface isn't curving, then what is it? And like, it could be, you can answer like flat isn't the only answer there. Like, you could say it's vibrating or it's oscillating or transfiguring or transmuting, right? Like flexing from one state to another consistently back and forth, sort of like breathing, right? And and then that made me think of, and I'm waiting for him to text me back, but there was a comic in the 60s called Ego the Living Planet. And I'm sure we're all aware of like how the elites or whatever we want to call them like will disclose the truth in like movies. They'll hide it in movies or they'll hide it in, symbology or whatever. And so uh, Ego the Living Planet, the comic, it ran for like 4 decades. And so it's similar to like a von Neumann probe, where a von Neumann probe is like a self-replicating sort of mobile spacecraft that can like transform and live on its own. It's like an Earth ship on Earth, but a spaceship that can like is self-sustaining like an Earth ship on Earth would be. Um, and then so a von Neumann probe could also be a planet, right? And that's the premise of Ego, the Living Planet, where it has the ability, it has control over every atom in its makeup, where it can reconfigure itself to according to whatever it needs to be at any given point. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's and I'm waiting for him to text me back because I'm not saying I don't believe this at all. I'm just saying it's an interesting take on like, is it a globe or is it flat? And there might be more gray area in there. Um, at
Yeah, but
least
you can't look at the sky to determine what's beneath your feet though.
no, agreed. But we also don't. We also like theoretically wouldn't know that what's beneath our feet is always the same shape across time, as ridiculous as that sounds. And so it was more like just a fun fact if you ever heard of Ego, the Living Planet.
Now that's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he just texted me back. He said I don't endorse that level of collective manifestation because apparently it has like there's like a consciousness element to it. So like whatever the collective or the consensus belief of the conscious beings or consciousness in its totality, whatever that is manifests the shape of the earth, right? And so kind of goes back to like some of this woo-woo stuff of like manifesting and consciousness's interaction or interplay with reality. Like, does consciousness do anything? Does thought and belief like change the world, right? That's kind of like white magic, black magic shit. And so,
I definitely. We just talking about intent earlier today. So
exactly, yeah. And so I think that that's the mechanism by which the shape of the ego, the living planet, changed or something. I've never read the comic, but it's more just fun fact. I'm not saying I believe this, but it's just interesting.
the one thing I do want to maybe this is for the panel. Proud. I don't know if there's any other requests, but is flat and curve a false dichotomy? What do y'all think? When we were just talking about it, the two things that he invoked was vibration and oscillation. I think it was. But that seems to be like motion more than the description of what the surface is doing.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not a false dichotomy if the surface is static and permanent, right?
Okay.
And but if that's not the case, or if it's possible that it's not static and permanent, then all these other possible answers to that question open up.
Yeah, so like we have see that so that's the craziest thing, right? Because I had never really experienced this just until like earlier this year. Have you ever been in an earthquake, bro?
I don't think I have. No.
Bro, I'm
No.
telling you, once you experience an earthquake, you was never ever gonna believe that we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, sun shooting through the galaxy at a half a million miles. Like it's just it's just impossible, bro. It's literally impossible. And it's not even just about feeling it. I'm just saying, when you feel the ground move underneath you and you lose your balance due to an earthquake, you're not gonna believe what they're saying is happening on this earth here, bro. Like it's just no way. Like once you feel it, you gonna know what I'm talking about.
Is it bad that I
But they
want
have
to experience
instrumentation
that?
that can detect it though.
Is it
Say
weird
it
that I
again,
want to
Prop.
experience it? I've felt somebody running into a building. Like I know what it feels like to be in a building and somebody runs in car into it.
Probably something similar to that.
No, that's the whole building, like the walls.
Bro,
But
that's
like
what you
the
feel. It feel like the whole structure, like whatever you standing on, it just shimmies, and you like,
so you
whoa.
weren't outside on ground or like land?
Nah, I was in the
That would be
crib.
crazy. Feeling out on like the dirt and the earth. Yeah, I think I would like touch the ground. I would have to like get low.
That's what I'm saying. You stop, like you gotta see what's going on because your senses is tingling. You like, yo, what's my imbalance? What's happening? And then one thing that Liliana said, right? Because she said this like early, probably late last year. She had brought up like an interesting question I had never considered. It's like if this place was meant for us to thrive, like why wouldn't the creator, and if not, even if you don't believe in the creator, why didn't we develop like being immune to motion, almost like we're doing all this spinning and wobbling and bobbing and orbiting, and we should be accustomed to the motion. Like we shouldn't feel like imbalanced. Like our body should almost like evolve to deal with that. And they just say, oh, we just can't detect it because the scale of the object is big. It's like, no, I don't want to hear that, man. 1,000 mile per hour rotation is still 1,000 miles per hour. Like, can't
Oh, that's when
you
we start
can't
talking about people with like vitiligo or something like vertigo or something to where
vertigo?
they
Yeah, the
can't
vertigo.
stand up too quickly or they black out and they get like motion sickness. We're talking about the fluid liquid in
That's
your
like an
ears.
oversensitivity, right? You said what?
It's based on like this fluid liquid that's in your ear. And D3 was laughing
Uh-huh.
because it's like fluid, and we talking about flat Earth. That's like a very interesting like, dynamic. But we were like, yo, what if they say that they can't figure out? Because some lady had came in here and was like, oh, she never got a solution for it. We were like, damn, what if they say that the root cause that you'll never be able to escape is because of the motion of the Earth? 'Cause I feel like I heard that shit before. Like somebody blame an incurable disease or something, affliction, on the motion of the Earth, and I'm like, bro, what?
But wouldn't it make sense though? Like being immune to dizziness. I'm like, why are you immune to dizziness? Bro, look where I look at. I'm spinning every day. I'm orbiting every day. I'm bobbing and weaving every single day of the year. I'm ellipticaling. I'm free falling. I'm doing all different types. I can't deal with being dizzy. My body got to get accustomed to all this motion.
100%.
Sir, how your body work?
I wanted to ask y'all too. So like, if like like in society, like amongst the elite, like in government, in the private sector, in academia, and all those different verticals, like who knows the truth and they're just deceiving people, and who like would you look at and be like they gotta know but they actually don't know, they're just kind of water carrying, or they're being deceived themselves, you know what I mean? Like
No.
does JD Vance know, or is he clued in on this, for example? Or like even like scientists, like people that are like that go to school to be astronomers, like I wonder if they are genuinely deceived, but they're just like more, they know more about how much they're deceived. You know what I
So
mean?
so there was this one and don't quote me on this because it's been a while because Wisted can't get nobody on this stream to have these one on ones. But he used to do this stream or this series called In the Field, and he would invite like people on to have like these high level discussions about science. And I don't know if this was in the field or if this was just like somebody that just called in one time during like schooling the Globers. I don't know if y'all know the series that I'm talking about. But this guy started talking to Wisted saying that like feel like he said he had a PhD or he was studying for his PhD, something like that. And he said he was in physics. And I feel like he said he switched. I could be wrong. I feel like he said he switched from astrophysics to like particle physics because he said there was too many infinities or something where there shouldn't have been. I could be swapping them. I could be messing up the background of whatever he was studying. But I remember he said I was interested in this sector of science, which is a specific amount of physics, excuse me, a specific type of physics. And I disassociated that. I changed my whole trajectory because that math over there wasn't adding up. It seemed like y'all was just putting in constants and infinities all over the place to make shit work. And that's not what I thought I was going to learn. I thought that y'all had this figured out. And it seemed like y'all don't know what the hell going on. So instead of going down this path and realizing that this is all cap, I'm going to focus on something a little bit more tangible and switch his whole path on his study. Now, I don't know how true that is. I don't know who the guy was. I don't really remember. I know it's on Wiz's stream. But when you said, like, do they know? When I hear shit like that, it make me think that they be having an inkling of, yo, this is not all figured out. Like, there's something wrong here. Now, I'm not in those high level, physics classes. So I'm not sure what he was studying and what he looked at that said, no, this can't be true. This can't be. You got me sitting here in class for 3 hours just to come to an unsolvable solution? Like,
That
huh?
that sorry to butt in. That reminds me of string theory, in regards to uh, where it comes to people knowing and people not knowing what's really going on and what the truth is. String theory, much like the privilege of bloodline families, and no, I'm not just talking about like the England royal family. I'm talking about elite bloodline families, which were part of what founded this nation. Um, Actually, another another flat Earth proof involving um, or yeah, possible proof with Old World. I don't know if you know. A lot of people call it Tartaria, but the early bloodline families of America didn't. They founded a bunch of buildings. We hear that a lot about founded. This building was founded in whatever. Those were all architectures they found, like literally stumbled upon and found. And the old architecture matches up with techniques that were used by a lot of the other uh, great anomalies and feats of mastery that we've seen all over the world. And a lot of these, you have to remember, a lot of these cultures didn't in what not too long ago, it wasn't up until the whole world got wrapped up in the ball, they believed it was flat too. And that's how, and their main reasoning was they're following the map in the sky, which involves the sun, the moon, and the stars and the constellations. A quick shout out to Xander. The Planet Ego thing was also used in Marvel, in the Marvel movie, but I know which comic you're talking about. But yeah, it's Planet. It's um, Quinn or Quill's father is played by in the movie. It's played by what's that? I'm sorry, there was like a static on my mic here.
Oh,
But
sorry.
Anywho, so when it comes to the who knows this stuff, okay? There's many rabbit holes involving that kind of stuff because when you have the bloodline families are their big beliefs is what is known as the dark seed agenda. I don't know if you know anything about Fritz Springmeier, but he goes into stuff about that as well as people like Gary Wayne. I highly recommend checking those out if you don't know anything about bloodline stuff and dark seed agenda stuff. But these are people who, like I mentioned earlier about the Masons, they believe, whether you believe what they believe or not, doesn't matter. That's what they believe. They believe in child sacrifice. They do. They believe in mind controlling the masses, controlling and hurting. They believe in workers, not thinkers. And even in those sects, not everybody's privy to it. Similar to the way we kind of organize our governments. I know, I think it was Xander earlier who said that, does J.D. Vance know? Mm. So a lot of those people, I mean, we're watching it now with our Congress, with the puppet show, when we get to watch these little soap operas of our government on TV live. Um, some of them know, some of them don't. Some of them are bloodline family, and bloodline family doesn't always mean your last name is Vanderbilt or Rockefeller or, Bush, right? These are bloodlines that are traced for centuries. They go all the way back to the Jesuits, they go all the way back to the Mithras, they go all the way back um, to the Aryan, and I don't mean Nazi Aryan terminology, I mean Middle East, as well as the Phoenicians. These bloodline families have thrown themselves back and forth. If they need to pretend that they're Jewish, then they're Jewish. If they need to pretend that they're Catholic, then they're Catholic. They've intermarried. We know everyone's heard those stories about the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all that stuff. But it goes deeper than that because when you involve things like mass mind control, which was something that was done on an esoteric level, spiritual level. Very famous mesmer, which we get the term mesmerizing from. Once we have those people also, which includes everything from World War I, World War II especially, which is the most documented with all of the experimentations with Mengele and the like. When it comes to who knows, even in the MK and the government stuff, it's not always need to know, it's who is the better placement to know what's really going on. Because you have to remember, a lot of these people are also programmed multiples. A lot of them are, and I know a lot of people don't think that mind control and program multiple is possible. And this is not something I'm like super tooting my own horn on, but I am someone who was trauma-based mind controlled and with child sexual abuse, as well as I was in the GATE program for 4 years. Did a lot of really crazy testing on me in there, which didn't make any sense. But it even, if anything, in hindsight now, from that, I'm recovering from DID. I have DID, dissociative identity disorder. Actually, it's technically OSDD, other specified dissociative identity disorder. This is a product of what happens when people fracture the mind. This is the biggest key for mind control, for the PSYOP of the globe, for NASA, you name it. They want us to focus on the shiny thing or the scary thing, right? They use a lot of fear tactics. This is the same basis for trauma-based mind control. as well as the same basis for hypnotism and mind control, which is repetition, repetition, repetition. Why do you think we have hashtag words? Why do you think we have jingles and the way we do with advertising? You know, the repetitive, Nike just do it. You know, these are triggers that are the same construct for mind control. And if they can, I mean, that was the whole plan when Rockefeller purchased up the rights to go ahead and take over the education system, right? He wanted to have lots of sheep. He didn't want talking sheep. He wanted lots of sheep. He already have puppets, right? That's where we have our celebrities and stars and whatever. And those are all program multiple people most of the time. I mean, poor things. Look at things like Britney Spears and Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber. You look at all this stuff, like and or Brooke Shields. You know, it's been going on forever. Shirley Temple. These tragic stories we hear are not just because these people have a hard time in fame. It's because they're being mind messed with all the time. It's not just because they're overindulgent and wealthy, it's because they're living a freaking nightmare. Like, if people actually knew, you know, Britney Spears, everybody always says she has bipolar disorder. Well, if anybody pulled out a DSM, even if you aren't a psychologist, you pull out a DSM, that's not bipolar. She just recently came out and said she's 5 years old. That's a multiple. That's one of her alters. That's one of her parts. And this is the process. You know, that was my, I apologize, I'm going on a tangent here, but this is like it is a huge web with more webs attached to it, but it really comes down to, if you want your eyes to be open, you're going to have to like realize how much is connected. You know, look at how much
I
money goes
agree.
into, I started with string theory, and when it comes to that, that's the basis of a lot of our quote space or exploration. But if we're doing all of this space exploration, and then, you know, we get a lot of gaslighting, right? We get a lot of gaslighting in regards to that. Did we not
Can I help
go?
you
Yeah, go ahead.
unpack some of that? If you don't mind, Miss Mag, where are you from? I just wanted to ask.
Oh, California.
California, awesome. You're in a good state. So,
Depending
there was
on
something called the
depending.
gifted, and in the middle schools when I was in the 80s, elementary schools. It was called the gifted program. They pulled people out to these white trailers and they made you take all these tests, right?
Yes.
You were called gifted, the gifted. And then most people, a lot of kids don't remember stuff from that, right? So I kind of get what you're saying from that. I was in that program. And I don't know if halfway through it, I was learning all these puzzles and how to do it. That's why they give you this genius level of some kind of thinking, right? Like they say, oh, you're smarter than the rest of the slow kids in the class. So blah, 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 on and on, right? And let me tell you, they're trying to do a lot right now. Let me say this, first of all, for Witsit. I get you, buddy. This has been a long time coming for this conversation. I'm glad I got your ear maybe for a minute. So, oh man, okay. I live in Georgia on the East Coast, right? And I've seen this. We've known there's 15 billion nodal points of the flat Earth and where they originated. All these old videos, everything. We're in the internet age. Everything can be tracked, modeled, and shown. Let me tell you, Robbie Davidson and Rob Skiba, rest his soul. Um, that's where I first started learning the scientific deception. You know. Um, Oh man, wow. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. I just want to introduce myself to the chat. A lot of people have heard me, seen me, maybe seen my work, right? Um, we are many. We are many. We are truthers, right? Um, we're anxious right now. If everyone just will take a deep breath, there's been a lot of trauma, mind-based set. You're right. Speaking of that, I just got done watching the fourth season of Stranger Things. But anyway, Miss Mag, carry on, and there's other speakers. I just want to introduce myself, man. Love you, Witsit. I'm glad you're home safe, brother. Hashtag Witsit is home. Welcome home. Welcome home, Witsit. How about that?
Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, you know, the I'm a big Rob
A
Skiba
level head, by
fan,
the way.
so
Yeah. Newest information. A level head. How about that? Thank
yeah,
y'all. Proud and sacred. The best show. The best show out right now. All right, go ahead. My bad.
no, it's okay. I was just shouting out my Rob Skiba was a that was, I know I'd watched it later um than it had aired, but I remember watching him come in on that boat and being able to see that far away. And I mean, the look on his face was the same look we all had when we were watching it. Like, how is that possible? And then you have to admit it's hilarious when we get gaslit and people say, "Oh, that's a mirage." It's like, what? What the hell are you talking about? Like, I mean, I get how easy it. I remember I was blind, right? Like at one point we were all still under the spell. Like, and by under the spell, I mean even just a little bit, right? Because there's a visceral reaction I know we all come up against with people, even if we just say something like firmament, right? Like what? Immediately you're exactly like Sacred said,
Yeah.
you're nuts, right? And it's like, well, here's the
And
problem. What's
all the
happened
smoke
is,
will fall. It's happening now. It's
yeah,
the
of course.
luminaries. We can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like the thing is that through the education system, we have made it by the design. It was by design to make it so, and I believe was it Albert Pike, who was a famous Freemason, as well as Karl
Yes.
Marx. They had the same concept, which was
Yeah.
to create inner infighting, any kind of infighting, preferably use race because that's a quick one. It's a visual thing, and then you would do class, and then you would do we all experience this. Like we know it, we've seen it before. It's disgusting. But in the schooling systems, they also completely took away, like from a young age, they ingrained in us the inability to just communicate with each other. Everybody has this very defensive, very childish approach to things. And I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying, like, if we're being completely honest, we're more emotion driven than ever. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way, there's a lot of theories that postulate, and it was by plan. In the Pike, if you read any of the Mason stuff with Albert Pike, I don't recommend following any of it. They're Luciferians, so it's not a place you really want to go. But way at the top. So when it comes to I think where we've gotten this way where we can't even talk about globe or flat and hear each other has to do with the fact that we were trained in school from you listen to authority, the bells, the scheduling, your little space, your little locker. It's exactly the prison model, right? And we know how well the prison system, all of our corrections, not to mention school and medical, we know how all those systems seem to have some sort of weird rigging going on, right? So we've been trained to be combative with each other instead of fellowshipping. And that's what we're supposed to do. That's why people go mad when they're locked up in a room alone, right? It's not supposed to be that way. We're supposed to be able to learn from each other. We're supposed to be able
Yeah.
to, most importantly,
And I,
listen to each other,
yes, I,
right?
I second that. I second that because look, I broke my neck 20 years ago. I'm 42 now. I have two boys that are fully grown, just finished college, right? One's in Washington right now, and one just left. I've been at a Christmas get together all day. It's my mom's 70th birthday, so I'm lucky for that. But I'm a quadriplegic, right? I have nothing but time. Listen, if they called you ADHD, it's bullshit. You are a
Yes.
genius. You were just an unnourished genius. And the creator is real. He's alive. He's alive. This whole system is breathing. It's a breathing in, breathing out. It's a phi ratio, 1.618, right? It's a 2 to 3. The analemas are a 2 measured to a 3 in the south. It's like that. It's like that everywhere. It's called nature by numbers. It's called God's fingerprint. Everything is a toroidal system. It translates motion from the big luminaries all the way down. Austin knows that very well. He spoke on it many times. It's look,
It's the Fibonacci
if we
sequence,
if we
right?
are one,
It's there.
yes, yes, 1 1 2 3 5 8 on and on till infinity. It's and also it's the energy is so much that um, it replicates and multiplies at such a rate that is so undeniable that there's a creator, there's a power source that's untapped, pure energy. BlackRock and Vanguard want to control that, but we want to give it away for free. It's the new revolutionary industrial revolution, and
But you know
it's
what's
free. It's
wild?
all here.
If you look into the old world, and I call it old world because Tartaria was a real place, but Tartaria, that's a whole nother subject. But speaking on what you're saying about free energy was already here. I absolutely urge people to look
Oh
into
yeah,
Old World. I recommend John Levi. He's very fun and easy to digest. He's funny, and it does extensive research. He's done with Martin
yeah.
Linkey. Martin Linkey. They did a book together, and they're starting a
That's
website. But the free
Blackbird
energy is
British.
real. There's a terminology with if you
Yes,
look at what we've been taught in school. We are taught there is Greco-Roman and Gothic, American Gothic. Those were the two styles that supposedly we just were building like crazy with the small population that we had at the time, who most of them were at war when a lot of these buildings were first started here. Which, needless to say, you obviously know I don't believe any of it. Um, but there's this thing called they call it Antiquitech. World
yes.
fairs, old world fairs are another topic to look into because it literally there's just pure saturation of like what are they? They are hiding so much from us in these world fairs. They were demonstrating a lot. Tesla was shown a bunch of times during World's Fair, but what was really happening is that they were finding these buildings with technology they didn't know how to use. Not really. They had to get some of the wilder scientists like Tesla, like people who were willing to try to record um, ghost voices, right? Like willing to really stretch the limits of what is out there. And this was back when we still had ether as an element on the table of elements. So back then, each of the all these buildings had these spires on top of them, and they had on the spire it would collect energy that would be flowing through the ether, like channel it in down through a bulb that would typically have red mercury. Then it would channel throughout like the whole house and or building into these eventually making its way so that you had energy into the home. That's why all of the old fireplaces, a lot of them, they have this, they don't have space to put wood in. It's because they weren't meant for burning wood to get heat. The heat would be generated through behind these metal plates that were in the fireplace, in the what we would consider the back portion where we would put in our modern fireplaces wood in. But there was no space for that. So a metal plate that had all kinds of tech, inside it for harnessing.
Radium,
And yeah, well,
radium.
radium was used in there because it kept the heat going, so you didn't have to keep the energy channeled to that specific spot, kind of like a light switch. You would have a bulb in your light, but if you turn on and off with a switch, so you don't burn out your bulb. You have a little switch. But then there would be these two each of these fireplaces would have a metal plate, and then they would have these two spires that would be sometimes up to 3 feet tall, but no higher out in the front. And those were
Yeah,
radiating. They would help
big.
radiate heat. That's the only explanation as to why these huge giant places, which would have literal tapestry wallpaper and paintings, why would they have
Mhm.
oil paintings above, on this ornate amazing homes, by the way, filled with lead paint, because lead paint was actually good for you. It actually kept radiation from coming into the home. That's why they got rid of lead paint. They didn't get rid of lead paint because apparently all of our grandparents and parents were eating lead paint off the wall. That's a lie. It's proven the reason why they got
Yeah,
rid of it is because radio waves and microwaves were barriered from coming into your home. Why do you think they want everyone to have Wi-Fi? So they can ping us walking around our house. Now they can because we don't have lead paint. It's so fascinating. I apologize for taking up this space. I obviously am easy for talking.
You guys mind if I chime in? I'm sorry. I see you guys. You're going pretty good, and I've been listening. I wanted to
Go
ask
ahead, buddy.
Miss Mag a question before you get off or stop talking. Because you said you had a background in the occult. So I had just a couple of questions about what are these guys up to? Like is there black magic? What are they? In what do
No.
you call it? Like are they working together with other
Frequency.
creatures
Frequency
and stuff like
machine.
that? Or
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to um, I'm not talking about Kabbalism. I'm talking about the Cabal, which means it involves everything from the Jesuits and look it up. I'm not talking about Jews. Some people think people are talking about Jews when you say Jesuit. It actually means highly trained, dark agenda based Catholics, high adept priests, and papacy type stuff. But it involves everything from the topper echelons, because above masonry, I mean, it's all masonry is the easy one for everyone to pass, and then they do all their silly things. But there is essentially, okay, newsflash: angels, demons, God, devil, all real. Okay, all real. It's all real. They all know it's all real. They fully know that the Bible is real. And so do occultists. I mean, usually some people who stay in occultism too long, I'll be honest, I think they get sucked into a different kind of lie, right? But they know. In my book, I think, in my personal opinion and theory and the research that I've done, I feel that especially around the beginning of America, our founding, something, a huge lie was done. Some people believe it was a reset, because we had some mud flooding. We had the 1812 Carrington event. We were,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things were going on during the time, and shortly after. But
Well,
there
also we
are
were finding a lot of
and the
with all
proof
this
of
technology.
and the yeah and the but what I think is interesting is that these people, I just call them the controllers, because it's really what they're doing. They're controlling this setup. They're not the ones that are really in charge of creation, but they are, you know, they're like the bad landlord, right? So um, what they believe in is the both spiritual and technical approach to control, and that includes things like everything from propaganda, everything from mind control, everything from um, what we're all holding, we're all holding this phone, right? Like Nostradamus and would have been like, oh, you guys are all sucked into something here. We are, but we're trying to use evil for good. There is magic to this. Magic is real. Now I get it. Like what you're doing when
There's
you're
like
doing
they use
things like when people mess with
what the
these, when you're
Freemasons.
messing, oh yeah, well, see, they have they themselves, everything, believe it or not, the Illuminati is not the tip of the iceberg. Masons are slightly below them because Masons is easier to walk around because you have to get to the 33rd adept, and there's different things involved in that. And then, it depends on if you go the Rosicrucian route or if you go the Jesuit route, or if you go, there's a lot of, there's literally a whole, if I could show a map, I would right now, a chart anyways. It's quite extensive. It's deeper than you think. And it literally goes all the way down to Rotary and all that. But yes, these people believe that magic works.
Go ahead.
People like Joseph Mesmer, he believed that it worked. How did he know that? Because he was an occultist himself, a spiritist. In fact, he was one of the people who founded Spiritism. But what he knew, and what all of them know, is that you can, words are, there's actually a term called word witchery, right? That's where manipulation and persuasion and hypnotism and all of these things, the propaganda, the words that you use, word salad. Everyone's been saying that since this last election, right? So we all know that stuff exists, but it is a spiritual backing to it. And when I say spiritual, I mean these people use whether most of them are working with entities, or believe in entities, believe they're channeling their deities, believe they're using demonic forces. I mean, if you're going to try to convince a whole country, this is a great example. If you're going to try to convince a people that there was nothing here, and I don't mean this in any degraded way, this is how it is in our history books. If you're going to convince us that when they showed up here, there was nothing but teepees and animals, and that's it, and then they came in and built all of this, they're lying. I'm not saying they didn't build buildings, but they're lying. They came in. This is a great example of this mind control and this magic work, right? Of hypnotism, of spells, really, like really. When we supposedly founded this country, there were tens of thousands of insane asylums everywhere, all over our country, orphanages, all
Can
over
I?
our country. In
No.
my opinion, I think that and I'm not the only one that thinks this, but I postulate the reason why they took some of these buildings they found, which were basically castles, and all of these places were filled with people, adults in insane asylums and in orphanages. I think more than likely those were people who the spell wasn't working on, or people who were refusing to be a part of whatever this lie was.
Can I say this so we're not pondering, like just trying
Yes.
to guess, like, because there's a lot of guesswork to this, right? And there is real history that has been uncovered, right? And there seems to be a cyclical nature to what's going on right now. And it's happened in the past, and it will be as in the days of Noah or the,
100.
let's say, Atlantis days, Lemuria days. Look, in Google Earth, just under the ocean, you can see in this damn it, concave mirror of the Earth, or convex of the mirror of the Earth, is showing this, and it matches up perfect. We can see this, but Google Earth, the watered down version they're giving us, is showing us, yes, there were these countries to the right, down below Mexico to the right, if you're looking down south, and to the left in the middle, going toward Antarctica and all that, and the other side. Okay, this is here. We can see that. Or if this is all just a magic show, if it's all just a magic show, and
No,
the
it's not
lights in
just
the
a magic
sky,
show. Yeah.
hold on, listen, hear
Sorry.
me
Go
out.
ahead.
I'm using satire here. This is like dry humor. I'm a dry humorous kind of guy because it's priceless. Comedy has always been the truth, and the music's always been the truth of what Lucifer can do, right? With music. Okay, listen, you're right. Yes, there's magic words, there's music, there's these ways to make money and get these systems in control over time, but it is cyclical. Now, does it happen all at once and it bam hits us and all this ice starts melting and we're moving and the sun is moving faster and faster in the magnetic north? Maybe over the last 7 years it's moved 200, or 4 years it's moved 200 miles, or 7 years and 200 miles, right? It's starting to speed up. There's something happening here, and we're seeing the luminaries through Nikon P900s, good telescopes. Joe Hamby's doing good work. We've all seen this, right? Everyone posted real videos back in, and we gathered them up and we got them. We gobbled them up. All the good videos, the real P900s, the P1000 videos of the luminaries. Look, we're seeing them lower in our sky now, lower degrees. If you want to look at it mathematically, who cares? It doesn't matter. What matters is we all wake up right now and help each other.
Amen.
We know the truth. We've proven the floor flat and water dynamics. It's a sine wave. It goes up and down, Annalima's around, up and down on the firmament. It gets higher in the north, goes down south, gets lower, up and down, and it goes around and around and around. It's going faster. It's moving faster now, guys. Wake up. We're here to help each other. Stop being anxious. We love each other, right? I love all y'all. I don't know you, but I love you as a brother or a sister in Christ. or the real work, the groundwork's been laid by people who know there's a creator. Those luminaries are living. They're faster than light propulsion. They're lying to you. I love you all, but I'm gonna stop there for a minute.
All
I
right,
love y'all.
real quick, then I hope you guys are enjoying this bill.
Amen.
Everyone, thank you again for coming and stopping by. I want you guys to finish your final thoughts on this. Anybody else have any final thoughts? And then we're gonna outro. We're gonna give you guys an update for what's going on in the week. Sarah last goodbyes, and then we're gonna head out. So if nobody else has any final comments on this, let us know.
Listen, I'm gonna send you in sacred song I did. It's about power wheelchair soccer. I played power wheelchair soccer for almost 15 years. I was a coach for 2 years of that. So in 13 years, I went to my coaching days. Like I'm getting older, man. I'm telling you, my body hurts. I'm doing what I can. Smoke my little CBD, whatever, get it legally online now. It's pretty cool, legal. So I got kids like older kids. So I'm gonna send you a couple things as a flat earther now, a brother in Christ. Man, I know y'all believe in a creator. I like how you bring this laughter, man. Sacred's got this laughter, bro. When he hits something good, funny, man, he gets that laugh. And proud, man. You're so provocative. Like you probe people, right? You probe them to find out things. So let's keep doing that. I love y'all, man.
I love Alan laugh for that. Alan got a great laugh when he feel like something's funny. But appreciate you, RG. We'll be back next week.
Yeah, I love Alan. I love Alan.
Quickly, just Miss Matt, can you put in that reference for the people that you mentioned earlier on this occult stuff? Is she still in here?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. What was the question? Would you ask?
Earlier, you referenced a couple of people that had more information on the occult stuff. Can you just mention those again?
Yeah. When it came to which part, just about who's in charge and if they believe in that kind of stuff. Um, I
Yeah,
would
yeah, about the
I would look
bloodline.
into just Google Albert Pike. That's a good one. I would Google John D. Rockefeller, and also Jekyll Island, because Jekyll Island is a good one to show you that these people were willing to go to extreme lengths to ensure that their endeavors for this country went the way that they wanted. Um, and yeah, and I also encourage, RG was saying you can Google Earth some stuff. You can also Google Earth old grid lines all over the Earth. You'll find lines that look like there used to be subdivisions in the middle of the desert. You even in our just try America. It's insane. Places like Utah and our Midwest area. Those are and star forts. Google star forts, check it out. Those are actually free energy ether deflectors. If you look at them, most star forts, we were told they were built for wars. They are not. They are power generator deflectors. They help ease tension in the grid where energy would be sourced, pointed. Some of the star forts will have little an extra arrow, or like one that looks more not a point but looks more like an actual arrow, and that's literally the direction that it would deflect any extra energy toward. It's quite fascinating, everybody. But yes, we know there's a creator. Um, we all have to wake up. We just have to wake up. We gotta stop giving a rat about these puppet shows. It's a show. Like we can't hear anything without being like lied to, right? There's a creator. He's real. He loves you. And, yes, we've been lied to, but he will never lie to you. He is not the father of lies. The father of lies is the devil. Um, I love you all. Thank you for having me on your space. I talk a lot about things that I'm passionate about and talk a lot in general. But thank you. God bless you all. You all be in my prayers. And God bless you.
Thanks for that, Miss. Y'all just tap in with her if you resonate with anything that she was talking about. If you feel passionately about it, reach out to her, gather some of her intel and her information. We like to stay connected over here, guys. That's definitely what community is about. But with that being said, uh, this was a good one, y'all. This was a tough, long, intricate one. Yeah, definitely gonna see some replay clips of this conversation because it was actually hilarious. Shout out to Ben for coming here and looping his marbles. Oh, look, there's another one. I personally had a good time, and I'm glad somebody of the opposing view got to speak. But for my people, for our community, guys, if I could stress or implore you to be more patient, that would just be our most important sentiment for sure. Take into account again that after everything that's been going on with it, just finally got home, not to mention had to come out of pocket to spend an extra load of money during the holidays. Came home to his daughter's birthday and got hounded by the internet, got dragged by his beard. Just a mess. So if you guys could continue to be more patient, he would greatly appreciate it. Give it time, give it time. The truth, you can't hide the truth. Like the truth isn't going anywhere, for sure. So once we all get our hands
I'm
on
glad you.
calls and our cyborg
Mhm.
circuits on some of that data, it'll start coming out to you guys. I really hope you guys take his word for it when he speaks about it. What happened, RG?
I was going to say, if I can say this proud to what you're saying now, like, just to speak to that just a little bit of sentiment here. Um, you guys might get overloaded, man. There's a lot going on, and Flat Earth Fridays, man. We need like like right now, stationary Saturdays, man. Like prop back up Sundays, something like let's get the real people, man, on to get the right eyes on it, the right belief systems. You know what I mean? Me and JT, me and Ron Boston talked about this. Like I know this dude Lindsay's got this nice little Toyota model. It works. Joe talked about me and Joe looked at some of that, and Joe's new to me. So I'm an old dude, right? Like I broke my neck in 2005, so I was looking at I know about 9/11 early on, and then this data dump come. I'm looking, I finally got internet on the TV. But anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah, man, y'all be patient. Proud Man and Sacred deserve this, this what they've been building, not to become a battleground, not to become a hate field, But yeah, the truth ain't going anywhere, Proud.
Shout out to you, RG.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank you both, Sacred and Proud, for the hospitality and obviously the very fun and hilarious, informative space. But yeah, I mean, I'm a new guy. I think maybe the first time I was in y'all space was today. So I just appreciate the hospitality, like I said, and it was really fun. And I also really respect and or appreciate the way you guys run the space too. So thanks. And Sacred, some would say that Sacred sounds a lot like Secret. Just saying.
They don't call us level headed for nothing. And if y'all continue with these conspiracies, I swear.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks to Xander for pulling up. We always like the new speakers. Miss Magiclica. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that right next week. It's been a long night. All the OGs pulling up week after week. Um, Apparently, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica has absolutely nothing to do with long distance observations made, falsifying the globe, mirror flashes, microwave and radio wave transmissions, airplane technology, military weaponry, long distance speculative reflections, horizontal sonar propagation over 10,000 miles in the ocean. At this point, I'm just reading Witz's tweet. Doesn't solve for Mickelson Morley. Doesn't solve for Aries failure, which is really a success.
Battle of the Bees
Boy,
being
it's sacred
Wi-Fi
ground right
there.
here. Yeah, Battle of the Bay. Boy, this is sacred ground. Boy, y'all tread lightly around these parts, man. I'm telling y'all. Bro, love it.
Flat Earth is still live and well, man. And so is Flat Earth Fridays. Shout out to the
Bro,
level heads. W's in the chat.
sacred. My legs don't work, but this space works, bro. It works.
Yo, is Patriot doing a religious debate right now? That we were.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I was going to say something about that. Yes, so there is going to be a religious debate. Shout out to homie. Let me see exactly what time it is. There is a he started it already. So there is a religious debate that is about to go on now. He's not recording it. He don't ever record his spaces, bro. Man. Oh, Taylor says she not going. She said she got a Christmas party at 8.
Hey, I feel her. I was at Christmas all day today. My mom's 70th birthday. Look, Taylor, man, she's a soldier in it, man. She's very blunt, which is good. You need that kind of backbone, man, in this kind of thing, bro. You got to be a real truther, man. That's looking adamantly. Trust me, adamantly, bro. You need to search out the creator, and the creator will come to you and show you the truth, bro. It'll never lose ever. Man, I'm sorry, y'all. I get a little. But anyway, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna drop down, guys. My nephew's gonna help my ass get in bed because I am tired. I woke up. Look, I stayed up almost 24 hours too. Went to my mom's birthday at the church. Right, man. We were dancing, dude. Listen, they said, they all had their phones out talking about, come here, Russ, come here, man. Say something. I'm in the wheelchair trying to move. I'm like, I'm disabled and I can't move. But I did my thing, man. I had fun. And hey, y'all always keep it real, man. Listen, keep it real with each other, bro. Keep each other in check, but don't be an asshole, please, please. I love y'all. I gotta go. Get in bed, y'all. See you.
Words to live by. Shout out to RG, man.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the artiste. Upcoming events. Let's see. This and That podcast. Probably doing something with Witsit on the 5th, potentially. That should be a nice conversation. Flash debate. Let's see. Phone Booth podcast. Shout out to Bill, Ted, Def, and Rufus. They drop every Monday. We also have Glowbusters. Oh wait, no, Glowbusters is on vacation until after the new year. Taking a little break. They deserve it. They've been all over across the plane, back to Antarctica and all different type of stuff. So no Glowbusters this Sunday. Usually it's every Sunday. I think Alan Space Audits is doing a presentation. I feel like he said he was doing it on optics. On either cause or space_audits. I'm always looking forward to some new Witsit content, but I think he may be taking the rest of the year off, deservedly so. So not expecting any middle ground or schooling the Globers, but I know something's coming soon. At which it gets it. Uh, what else is happening? Tapping with the level heads during the week. Some of the squad run their own spaces. Is there anything else that I'm missing? I feel like I'm missing something.
We got Witsit. We do got content coming out, but it's no rush. I'm celebrating my birthday happily, not thinking about flat Earth. Sorry, y'all. So next week would probably be a light one.
What up,
Oh
Auntie?
God.
What up, Auntie?
This month, next space will probably be a little chill. But I think next space is this is the last space before the end of the year. No,
Oh snap! I'm not gonna see. No,
we got
no,
one
we
more.
got one before the end of the year.
Okay.
But this one, this is before the holidays. So I do wish y'all Merry X Space. I mean Xmas.
Yeah, man, touch some fucking
Make sure y'all talk
grass.
to y'all family about flat Earth.
Do everybody a favor tomorrow. Promise me tomorrow, Sunday, the day of rest. It's probably not, but y'all will not touch your phone until you go outside and touch some grass. Do not touch your phone. Do not check your feed. Do not touch any social media before you go outside. You smell the atmosphere and you touch some grass. Stand in the grass with no shoes on, please.
Proud thinks everyone lives in a tropical place of paradise.
Oh shit! It's winter for y'all right now.
We haven't really programmed Proud to understand seasons in all different parts of the plane just yet.
It's winter. It's really winter for y'all for
You
real.
only know one temperature, one climate. Sorry, y'all. Don't worry, upgrades coming
Don't
soon.
gaslight me. Y'all got snow on the ground. Man, I don't believe it. I'm denying snow.
See,
I'm
told y'all.
denying snow. Yep, you heard it here.
See?
Sucks to be y'all. I mean that.
Never even been in a snowball fight.
And lose a
Sucks to be
cornea?
you.
Oh no, thank you. I heard horror stories about them snowball fights.
Only if there's ice, but they left all that in Antarctica. You're good. Well,
Is snow not ice?
yellow snow's not that good either. You never want ice or you never want yellow snow. Any other snow's good.
Oh, my cyborg brain is not computing that snow is not a form of ice. So one day, it'll be instilled in my circuitry. I think we got all the updates though.
If you make a snowman, make sure the snowman has flat surfaces.
Truth does not. Truth does not fear investigation. Truth does not fear investigation. Guys, you want to come to us upset? You gotta be honest. Are you upset that Witsit went on this trip because you think a 24-hour sun debunks flutter? That's the only way we're taking admissions. You gotta tell us off the bat what your gripe is. So again, we want everybody to be patient. It's been a fun one. I'm about to head out. Actually, gotta go back to work. So you guys get to enjoy your naps, but I have to recharge another time. Ooh, and the Knicks game is starting. Okay, guys. Oh, did you have any comments, Sacred?
It's episode 123, man, on they head. Top Globes nightmare before Xmas. Welcome home to squad. We accomplished all space missions the last couple weeks. Still undefeated. Still unpressed. Still got your favorite flat earth reject and your anti-flat earther conspiring with all these different theories of what the level heads is gonna do next. Yeah, I know. Shout out to the trolls. Shout out to the squad. Shout out to the fam. And
Agent on X.
I guess we'll catch y'all next Friday.
You still think Sager was a CIA agent on X?
Up this beach ball. This bitch is dope. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? Huh. You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
Tell him, Neil.
That stuff is flat. Stupid. Flat. That.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
That stuff is flat. That.
Double hits.
Once again, we'd like to thank you for attending this event. Please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin. In debates over this topic, we're seeing an influx. So instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now, traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality, the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us. They lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you, and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction. We propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question. You can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA.
If y'all like little 20.
Illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question. Since NASA is our space station, its locations in the U.S., what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge imagine fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze. And this is the barrier that
YouTube chat, what up?
the governments of the world know all of them are in it. And it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. All right, back to the globe guy. Present your next claim. Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. They off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets around? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the sun, because the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your case.
Round 4. Going down. Lower ground 4.
Heating up!
Oh, look who's here. Nice to see them. How are you?
I knew Dr. Forrest, dial 118, please. Dr. Forrest, please dial. Hello.
Motherfucker.
REN. Accessible.
Another one in the book. Man, this shit too easy. I stay on part-time, but I drop 60 on them every week.
Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Clone that modified
Street.
Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the
sleep. W's in the chat. A squad too deep, man.
Came a coffin. Yeah. People watching. Count shit. Nigga shoot walk. All these dead riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. But baby mama. You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, I'm sleep though. You ever heard about Scott? You don't want to Tupac, you want to live in hip hop, I'm sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though. I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone them modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though.
Yes, get it. Stationary Saturdays, man.
to the G code. Suck a nigga do the free charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Oh, set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave, maybe young crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, soul, rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know. Nigga, what you
Never
talking about?
his.
Talk is talk, and do is do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. How must I remind you I don't wear designer, no genre attire. My son so was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah, gender blur got the kids all confused. Teaching 6, 8 in preschool. Designer babies in the womb. Stars shining through the moon. But I'm sleep though. Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though. Fluoride water, I'm sleep though. Acid rain down, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Grown and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in sleep though. Put him in the cup. 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 Put him in the cup.
Uncle Merchant, I was just scared as hell. You was driving for forever. Look at me in my eyes, that nigga, you gonna die. The fuck? Mama, come here. Mama, come here. Hurry up. Check it out. Fuck the world, mama. Stop this shit.
Beautiful day here in Florida. SpaceX is moments away from making history. 8, 7, you see the crowd. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lied to get to it around 1962ish. They tried to get through it the very first time. Mushroom clouds filled the sky. The Soviet Union and US got denied. The other side of the firmament, they couldn't access it. About that time, they invented NASA ships that couldn't pierce through the sky. Operation Fishbowl, go on and imagine it. And I ain't acting stupid when I say that space is fake. That this ain't no adding to it. See, the Masons made the Matrix maze and used religion to take away your faith. Hey, I guess I was just saved by grace, woke and not just a daily eighth to the face. And for a second, I ain't know if I should do this song, but then I thought, ain't no one could prove me wrong, cause it's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. They want you to believe that it's your eyes. The moon is 200,000 miles away. Nice try, they ask. Why would they lie? Say 50 million plus a day seems kinda high. Besides, we are the apple of his eye. Take away the dome and we're not. Are you surprised? And if so, why? Think about it, man. Really a big bang? Then evolution? How could we be stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, cause they believe you don't even need the truth. It's all made up. The elite, they're all in a club, and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name holds faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent, repent. It's fact that the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show.
Top five, top five, top five, top five, top five, top five.
Stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate filled
paint scars and rage quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight for a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space, why you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars, it's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Proud, as always.
If it's part of the
Shout out this and that. Biblical, I see you.
If you don't know,
someone somewhere, what up? 10 TM. At Space Artist, what up, Alan?
It's part of the show.
Prometheus the dude. Rufus. Shout out the phone booth pride. Flat Lads, I see you. Elias, I see you. Zetetic. Mr. X. Rusty Griggs, what up? Yeah, Luke. I see you, Shaz. Dr. Galatrat. V-Land. JJ, man. Cedric, what up? Gig. This smoke. Sweet. Blue Block, I see you. J Red. Frank. X Bladder. CK, what up? Play, what up? Gary. What up, Marty? Mala. Diversion. Sid. Puff. Josh Reed. Braden. Truth FE. Morgan. Zach. Ali B. Bill Smith. All right, Roundhound. Pietro the Zen, Doug Reckon, Juanito, V Wolf. Last but not least, last man standing.
Thank you, NASA.
Get off Twitter and go outside.
Glow clowns gotta get a life, bro.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Stay off the weed.
Level heads, we out.